Chapter 1372. Before he saw anything else, he saw an illustration. It was a beautiful woman dressed in a light, immortal robe. She looked exactly like a human. The only difference was that compared to humans, she had an immortal aura. She was more exquisite and beautiful. The woman was as beautiful as a fairy, and the man was unusually handsome. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that there was a full moon on the man's forehead, and on the woman's forehead, there was a crescent moon that was exactly the same as Ziyao's. Lin Feng's eyes widened. His breathing became more and more rapid, and his chest heaved up and down. He did not expect to see Ziyao here. No, it was the Purple Moon Clan. Ziyao had mentioned returning to the Purple Moon Clan in the letter, but he had thought that the Purple Moon Clan was a branch of the ancient clan. He did not expect that the Purple Moon Clan was one of the 8,000 neutral clans. That day when Shun did not know and grandfather did not know, but I did not expect. You will know it here in this book. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. His heart was beating violently. He did not expect that Ziyao was not an ancient clan, but one of the 8,000 neutral clans. I am too inexperienced, Lin Feng thought to himself. His understanding of the neutral clans was too shallow. He only knew about the wood spirits, mutated beasts, divine beasts, and other large neutral clans. He did not know that there were as many as 8,000 neutral clans. In fact, it was not only him. Most of the human experts were hiding in the 9 regions. Wasn't it the same? They were content in a remote corner and seemed to be aloof from worldly affairs. But in fact, they're like slaves and pets kept by the sorcerer race. They were only given freedom in the 8 regions of the human race, and they thought that they had broken free from their shackles. It's sad and lamentable. At this thought, Lin Feng could not help but sigh deeply. This was the reason why he, as the lord of the southern region, went into seclusion and sealed the region, leaving the 8 regions of the human race. He did not want to be kept by the sorcerer race anymore. Either he died, or he could break through fate and win a new future. Phew! Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. His expression gradually calmed down. Previously, he had also been restricted by his own thoughts. He only knew that Ziyao was in the shaman realm, so he had wholeheartedly devoted himself to it. However, now that he thought about it, would it have been easier for him to explore the Purple Moon Clan? I don't know, but at the very least, it was still not too late. Lin Feng was quite curious as he looked at the text. The Purple Moon Clan looks like humans, but their talents are comparable to the ancient clan. Those with powerful souls will have a purple moon mark on their foreheads when they are young. Females will have a crescent moon mark, while males will have a full moon mark. Most of them are celestial spirit masters, but there are also celestial martial artists. It's just that they are few in number, and it's not easy for their race to continue. Now, there are only a few tens of thousands of them. The women are as beautiful as flowers, and the men are as handsome as paintings. They are deeply admired by other races, so there are often cases of intermarriage with other races. The introduction was not long. Just a few hundred words were enough to explain everything. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he read it over and over again. At this time, he was 100% certain. Ziyao was going to be part of the Purple Moon Clan. That day, she left a letter and left, which meant that she had returned. The Purple Moon Clan. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled, and his heart was moved. Their population is only in the tens of thousands, which is considered below average among the 8,000 neutral races. Based on their population, if they want to continue the race, it will be impossible for them to live too widely. Otherwise, intermarriage within the clan would be very disadvantageous. I might not need to look for Ziyu. Wait, Ziyu? Purple Moon Clan? Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He clenched his fists and thought to himself, fool! Although Ziyu is Ziyao's sister, she might not have a surname. If she is a member of the Purple Moon Clan like Ziyao, her surname will definitely not conflict with the name of the clan. Lin Feng shook his head. However, he was prejudiced and thought that the Moon Empress was Ziyu. In fact, it was impossible. If the Northern Dragon Guard looks for Ziyu in the name of Ziyu, I'm afraid he will be misled. Lin Feng frowned slightly. With that thought in mind, he closed the book and stepped out. There was no time to lose. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Feng stepped out of the inscription array. His eyes lit up. Just as he opened them, he saw Jin Ji looking at him with a faint smile. He was leaning against the door with his arms crossed. Oh, Lin Feng was curious. Just in time, Jin Ji smiled. The Northern Dragon Guard is here. What a coincidence. Lin Feng was slightly stunned and couldn't help but smile. What are you smiling about? Jin Ji asked in surprise. Nothing. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Let's go. He walked away lightly. He had a tacit understanding with the Northern Dragon Guard. Just as he was about to look for him, he would appear. Lin Feng looked at Jin Ji. His eyes flashed. He sensed that Jin Ji seemed to have improved a lot in just a dozen days. In terms of sensing auras, his doppelganger could not see as clearly as his main body. However, in terms of feeling the body, his main body could not compare to his doppelganger. Compared to when he had just entered Yin Imperial City, Jin Ji's physique had more than doubled. This was an absolute increase in strength for an Empyrean martial artist. How is it? Jin Ji smiled mysteriously and raised his eyebrows proudly. Not bad. Lin Feng nodded and praised. Your physique is almost doubled. Other than that medicinal pool, what else did you find? Huh. Jin Ji widened his eyes and looked at Lin Feng as if he was looking at a monster. He said, How did you know? The feeling of physique and aura were different. The strength and weakness of one's body could only be seen with one's eyes. The true strength could only be known after a battle. But now, Jin Ji felt as if Lin Feng was looking at his naked body. I guessed. Lin Feng smiled casually. Jin Ji heaved a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. How did you guess so accurately? Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and leaned over. Brother Lin, you don't know. Other than the medicinal pool, there are many medicinal pills to strengthen physique. There's even a body refining space. TSK. With all three, it would be hard for your body not to improve. Lin Feng smiled. Actually, he could guess that since there was a medicinal pool, it was normal for there to be other things. But these were probably the leftovers of the North Longsho. He could feel that the North Longsho's physique had almost reached its limit. It was obvious that he had already used various methods to strengthen it. In terms of physique, the North Longsho might not be stronger than Jin Ji. It was just that Jin Ji's potential had not been fully developed. Not to mention other things, just his physique had not reached his limit. Moreover, he was only an upper-level saint. With the origin of Earth, your body's defense can be even stronger. Lin Feng looked at Jin Ji and said softly, Your body can continue to strengthen. I believe that with enough external help, it will not be a problem for your physique to be twice as strong as it is now. Jin Ji's eyes lit up. Really, Brother Lin? Of course. Lin Feng smiled. His natal constellation was the Scorpio constellation of the 12 royal constellations. Jin Ji's talent was quite strong. Don't fool me. My current physique is already very strong. Is it? Why don't I think so? Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, why don't you try? Okay. As they chatted along the way, Lin Feng followed Jin Ji and soon arrived outside. Not far away, the North Longsho looked calm and at ease. He looked at the beautiful scenery outside the Royal Lotus Garden. His eyes flickered, but no one knew what he was thinking. Nodding at Jin Ji, the two of them separated. Lin Feng strode towards the North Longsho. Senior. Lin Feng bowed slightly. The soft call seemed to have awakened Ji Longfeng from his dream. Turning back, Ji Longfeng looked at Lin Feng and asked, How is it? Are you used to it? Lin Feng hummed softly. Very good. Everyone is having a good time here. Ji Longfeng nodded slowly and looked surprised. Back to the topic. I have good news for you this time. The ZU you asked me to investigate last time. I asked a few friends in the East City to ask around. There's finally news. Lin Feng was moved. Is her name not Ziyu? Ji Longfeng was surprised. How did you know? I had my suspicions before. Although this girl is not called Ziyu, she is from the Ziyu clan. The most important thing is that she is 99% similar to the woman in your portrait. especially her eyes. Her expression is even more lively. This painting is extremely wonderful. Where did you get it from? Painting? Lin Feng was slightly stunned. He smiled and pointed not far away. This friend of mine painted it on the spot. Painted on the spot. Ji Longfeng's eyes flickered as he looked at Jin Ji in the distance. There is no artist of this level in Yin Imperial City. Can I ask him to do me a favor? Of course. Lin Feng smiled. We owe you such a big favor. I believe that as long as the request is not excessive, Brother Jin will not refuse. Ji Longfeng showed a rare smile. That's great. Seeming to think of something, Ji Longfeng smiled apologetically. Back to the topic. This girl is called Yuan. She is from the Ziyu clan. She often appears in Ji Yuxian. I believe that the one you saw that day was Ji Yuxian. It is not far from Lotus Garden. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. That should be right. It was indeed easy to get things done with a local. Although the Northern Dragon Guard was in charge of the North City, he had many spies in Yin Imperial City. He could find Yu Yin's whereabouts with just a portrait and a wrong name. His efficiency was high. Did you find her? Lin Feng asked. Ji Longfeng shook his head. She has not appeared in the past 10 days. I just got the news and came to inform you. The Northern Dragon Guard was so concerned about his own affairs. Furthermore, he came in person. Thank you, Senior. Lin Feng will remember this favor. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He was very grateful to the Northern Dragon Guard. It's nothing. Ji Longfeng's expression was calm. Don't worry. I will inform you immediately if there is any further news. I believe that you will be able to see Miss Yuan soon. Lin Feng nodded heavily. His eyes were sparkling. He had been searching for Zi Yao for many years. Now, he felt that he was getting closer. If he could find Yuan, he could definitely find Zi Yao. By the way, Senior, I have something to ask. Lin Feng suddenly thought of something and asked. Go ahead. Ji Longfeng nodded indifferently. Lin Feng's eyes were clear. He said, I want to ask, Senior, how much do you know about the Ziyu clan? For example, what is their current situation? Do they live in the same region? Lin Feng's heart raced. He pursed his lips and clenched his fists. He was anticipating the answer. Chapter 1373. Ji Longfeng frowned slightly. When Lin Feng saw the subtle expressions, he instantly understood. There was something that was hard to say. In Yin Imperial City, there is almost nothing that could make someone as powerful as the Northern Longsho frown and hesitate. The Northern Longsho was willing to let them stay in the Imperial Garden. It was clear that the Northern Longsho cared for them. If they could tell him, he would not hesitate. Senior, if you have any difficulties, just pretend I didn't ask. Lin Feng said softly. Ji Longfeng looked at Lin Feng and said in a low voice, Yin Imperial City is part of Tianling. According to the rules, even the King of Hades of the North cannot reveal the location of any neutral race, let alone me, unless they told you of their own accord. I see. Lin Feng was enlightened. The Neutral Race Alliance, Tianling, existed to protect the rights of the neutral races. It was normal for there to be such rules. Lin Feng, don't worry. I've already sent someone to inform the manager of Ji Wenxian. If Yuan appears again, inform me immediately. Ji Longfeng's gaze was firm. From the records, Yuan appears at Ji Wenxian frequently. She comes once every 10 days or half a month. This was a good idea. Lin Feng nodded. If he really knew where the Purple Moon clan was, things might not go smoothly. It was better to ask Yuan face to face. He believed that with his relationship with Yuan and her sisterly relationship with Xiao, she would not watch him and Xiao be separated. Senior, may I ask what kind of place Ji Wenxian is? Lin Feng's eyes flashed. It's a place to buy and sell artworks. Finished products made from various rare metals, crystals, and jade. Ji Wenxian also buys rare raw materials. Ji Longfeng said slowly, Yuan comes every 10 days or half a month to sell a few artworks in exchange for a small amount of shaman coins. Shaman coins. In Yin Imperial City, this was the most important currency. It seems that Yuan is short of money. Lin Feng said softly. According to Northern Longsho, He was only selling a few pieces for a small amount of Wu coins. No wonder Yuan would appear every once in a while. She must have a need for Wu coins and urgently needed money. Based on this, I should be able to see her soon. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. There was no need to make things difficult for the North Dragon Guard. Personally meeting Yuan was the best method. After thanking the Northern Longsho, they parted ways. Lin Feng watched as Bei Longsho went to find Jin Ji. His mind was full of thoughts. Even though he still had many questions he wanted to ask Bei Longsho, including the cleansing fire manual in the library, his mind was occupied by Zi Yao, Yuan, and the Purple Moon clan. He could not think about anything else. To be more precise, everything else was not that important at the moment. Everything was set aside. Pa! Gently clenching his fist, Lin Feng closed his eyes. At this moment, it was as if he could hear his own heartbeat. It was very clear and very clear. His mind was filled with Zi Yao. Perhaps she was not a human or an ancient, but in his heart, Zi Yao was Zi Yao. She was his wife, the first person he loved. No one could replace her. Back then, Zi Yao had pulled him into the hunt and nurtured him step by step. Without her, he would not be who he was now. I will find you, Zi Yao. Definitely. Swoosh. Lin Feng opened his eyes. His gaze was burning. The thought in his heart was incomparably firm. He had long since made up his mind to bring Zi Yao back to the southern region, to the hunting nation, when he came to the shaman territory this time. How is it? Lin Feng walked towards Jin Ji. The latter was beaming. Huh. Jin Ji laughed heartily. His eyes were bright as he said excitedly, Brother Lin, I've struck it rich this time. Congratulations. Lin Feng smiled. He had guessed that since the Northern Dragon Guard was so concerned about a painting, the reward would naturally not be low. Indeed, Jin Ji had hidden his skills well. No one would have thought that under Jin Ji's unrestrained appearance, his painting skills were at the peak of perfection. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. Jin Ji shook his head and said with a smile, Speaking of which, I really loved painting when I was young. However, my old man always said that painting was not up to standard and forced me to paint inscriptions. Jin Ji lifted his chest, and his eyes lit up. If my old man knew the price of a painting now, he would probably be scared silly. As he spoke, Jin Ji proudly extended a finger. 10 Wu coins, Lin Feng guessed. Jin Ji raised his eyebrows and shook his head proudly. 100 Wu coins? Lin Feng said again. He was quite surprised. The value of 100 Wu coins was almost equivalent to an Earth-rank white innate treasure. Even Thousand Love Emperor's black crystal token could only be exchanged for 100 Wu coins at most. It's 1,000 Wu coins. Jin Ji's eyes lit up. And it's just a painting. 1,000 Wu coins for a painting. It was really a sky-high price. Lin Feng shook his head speechlessly and smiled. That was true. That was the famous North Dragon Guard. Of course, he would be generous. Maybe to him, 1,000 Wu coins was just a small change. 100 million soul coins can only be exchanged for 10 Wu coins. Jin Ji's eyes lit up, and he muttered to himself, 1,000 Wu coins is equivalent to 10 billion soul coins. TSK. That's really terrifying. My old man probably won't earn as much as a painting in his lifetime. We don't have that many soul coins for you to exchange here. Lin Feng said indifferently. The exchange rate was one thing, and the actual usage was another. It could only be said that the currency of the human territory and the sorcerer territory were different. Just by looking at the cost and type, they were two completely different types. If one really wanted to compare, the Wu coins were too precious. Just the star source energy contained in them was priceless. According to Duo, an ordinary planet didn't have many star source stones. Hey, I'm just saying. Jin Ji smiled and scratched his head. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. That's right. Brother Lin, didn't you just say that my physique can be doubled? With this 1,000 Wu coins can it be done? Jin Ji's eyes shone brightly. He was unusually excited. To him, money was just a worldly possession. What a warrior truly cared about was his own strength. Oh, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. That's right. Did you get the 1,000 Wu coins? Not yet. Jin Ji shook his head. Lord North Dragon Guard said that he would come to collect the painting in 3 days. You should give it to me then. Lin Feng nodded. That's right. Don't take the 1,000 Wu coins. Jin Ji's eyes widened. He was stunned. Why? Lin Feng said indifferently. Do you want the 1,000 Wu coins, or do you want to increase your physique to the limit? Jin Ji's eyes lit up instantly. He clapped his hands. Brother Lin, you mean, Lord North Dragon Guard's physique has already reached his limit. Lin Feng's eyes shone. He said softly, including the medicinal pool, medicinal pills, and body refinement space that you mentioned earlier, they are actually the leftovers of Lord North Dragon Guard when he was strengthening his physique. Jin Ji came to a realization. Brother Lin, you mean if I don't take the 1,000 Wu coins, Lord North Dragon Guard will owe me a favor and will agree to this small condition of mine? Lin Feng smiled. In my opinion, the value of this small condition is definitely worth more than 1,000 Wu coins. Definitely. Jin Ji's eyes lit up. He clenched his fists excitedly. If my physique can really reach the limit, my strength will not only double or triple. The stronger the foundation, the greater the improvement. When I reach the Saint King level, my physique will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. It will be comparable to the Witch Tribe's elites, or even better. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. Timely advice was very important to both Shi Jixin and Jin Ji. Now that Xian Lianhuang was not here, this task naturally fell on their heads. The two of them were inexperienced and saw things on the surface. How could tangible coins be compared to intangible favors? Moreover, Wu coins were precious and could be exchanged. But could favors be exchanged? Including himself, he owed North Dragon Guard a huge favor. Whether it was the time in East City, the time when he stayed in Imperial Garden, or the time when he found Yuan, this favor was too big. East City, East Vine Mansion. The castle-like building stood tall and domineering in the East City. This was the mansion of one of the 4 great city guards of East City, East Vine Mansion. Countless Saint level and Saint King level elites came and went outside. It was lively and bustling. Whether it was East City, North City, South City, or West City, the 4 great kings of hell did not care. The real power was in the hands of the 16 city guards. They had been fighting openly and secretly for a long time. After all, the 4 great kings of hell were like that. Although they were all part of Tianling, they belonged to different races and were not united. Reporting to East Vine Mansion, North Dragon Guard is investigating a woman named Yuan. A man in black armor knelt on one knee with a respectful expression. Oh, Man Tung's eyes revealed a hint of satisfaction as the corner of his mouth curled up coldly. Interesting, investigating someone in East City. His gaze fell on the kneeling man in black armor as he asked, What did you find? Tell me in detail. The man in black armor said in a deep voice, I found that Yuan is from the Purple Moon Clan. Wait. Man Tung frowned. Why did someone from the Purple Moon Clan come to Yin Imperial City? I don't know. The man in black armor replied. After pondering for a while, Man Tung waved his hand and shouted, Continue. Yes. The man in black armor said seriously. According to the records, Yuan has appeared in Ji Ren Xian more than 10 times. Every time, she would sell a few pieces of art in exchange for a small amount of Wu coins. Basically, the fastest is 10 days, the slowest is 1 month. Every month, President Yin will appear once or twice. Manting nodded solemnly. Continue. The man in black armor raised his head and cupped his hands. In addition, according to the shopkeeper of Ji Ren Xian, North Dragon Guard has instructed us to inform him immediately the next time Yuan comes. Man Tung's eyes flashed as he nodded and muttered to himself, Interesting, really interesting. That's all for you. Leave and continue investigating Yuan. Man Tung ordered. Yes, East Vine Mansion. The man in black armor cupped his hands and left. In a mansion, Man Tung's eyes were as bright as the stars. His thick limbs carried terrifying strength as he revealed a sinister smile. No one knew what he was planning. Chapter 1374. Lotus Garden. Lin Feng and the other three had different gains. Needless to say, Jin Ji's strength had increased the most during this period of time. After the deal with Northern Longsho, Jin Ji immediately went into seclusion and had yet to come out. There was no need to mention the benefits he had gained. Thousand Love Emperor was also perfectly compatible with a heaven-grade treasure. Unlike Jin Ji and Shi Jixin, she was compatible with a yellow-grade heaven-grade treasure. Different grades meant different powers. Red-grade heaven-grade treasures were already extraordinary. Yellow-grade heaven-grade treasures were 2 grades higher, and their powers were unimaginable. However, since she had just started, she could only unleash the basic power. Just like a heavenly treasure, it was only the beginning. Furthermore, Thousand Love Emperor had just started to recover from her injuries. 1 year was a long time. Although Shi Jixin did not change much, she was still improving step by step. Slowly absorbing and cultivating astral origin energy, Shi Jixin was not only more patient, but also more mature. Humans could only grow after experiencing things. As for Lin Feng himself, Zheng, the spear was like an illusion, carrying a strong, killing intent. Lin Feng's eyes were deep. Following his heart, the amethyst spear released a sparkling power, changing the pure feeling of a spear. Practice after practice and comprehension after comprehension caused his understanding of the spear to become much deeper, and he understood a lot more. He seemed to have taken the wrong path. Whether it was Sacred Master Cloud Spear or Northern Longsho, their spear techniques seemed to be the same, but were actually different. Although he could not see through them, he could feel it. Perhaps their spear technique realms were very similar, but there was still a difference in essence. Sacred Master Cloud Spear was more mysterious and ethereal. Northern Longsho's spear was more concise and direct. Man and spear as one, entering the spear, returning to the origin, forgetting the spear. The 2 branches of the spear are learned and comprehended by the martial god and battle god. However, this is only the beginning of spear techniques. It is a starting point or a foundation. A true spear should be formless or tangible. Zheng, ding, the amethyst spear trembled. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. The feeling of spear and heart was very clear, very mysterious, and incomparably close. As he practiced the spear calmly and gained a deeper level of comprehension, his understanding of the spear had changed again. In particular, the feeling of holding a spear in his body was different from before. The use of the spear was more casual, but it also had more power. His comprehension of the concept had raised his understanding of the spear to a whole new level. The formless spear can allow Sky Realm cultivators to unleash their greatest power. As for the form of the spear, it allows the war god's might to be unleashed to the extreme. However, regardless of whether it is tangible or intangible, the fundamental key lies in the wielder himself, his existence, and the feeling of the gun. Bang! Chi energy was released, and the killing intent was released. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. Chi! 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 The amethyst spear shone, and streaks of purple light whizzed out with killing intent. It was completely different from the spear realm of North Dragon Guard and Cloud Spear Sacred Master, but it had a unique style. It pressed forward courageously and destroyed everything in its path. Boom! Lin Feng's expression stiffened as his chi exploded. The amethyst spear was very powerful. The realm of his spear technique was also faintly increasing. A spear of self. If I want to break through the 9th level of the Saint King realm, I must integrate self into it and create a unique spear realm. This is the way of the spear of the Starry Sky realm cultivators. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. In the engraved runes array, although it was just simple spear practice, the continuous cycle of practicing the spear, the happy practice made him realize a lot. He had a new understanding of the spear. His spear realm was now. It was indeed time for him to change. He read books and increased his knowledge. Mixed with his spear practice and comprehension, time passed quickly day by day. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had already stayed in the garden for a total of 20 days. Although there was no news of Yuan, Lin Feng was very patient. During this period, he would appear every 2 hours to see if there was any news. Waiting required enough patience. Most importantly, he trusted North Dragon Guard. Since he said he would do it, he would do it. "How do you feel, Empress Lien?" Lin Feng asked with concern. "I'm fine now." Empress Qian Lien smiled faintly. "But Dr. Ning told me that if there is nothing important, it's best for me to stay at home and rest for a month." Lin Feng nodded and smiled. Indeed, Empress Qian Lien's complexion was much better than before. Her vitality was also quite strong. Although her soul was still weak, the injuries on her body were almost healed. The overdrawn energy was also replenished. Under normal circumstances, the possibility of there being any sequelae was very small. The room was full of vitality. Dr. Ning had set up a small array in Empress Qian Lien's room to absorb the qi of heaven and earth. It was very magical, but this was Emperor Yan's city. There were all kinds of strange things. What he saw in the human territory was only a small part of the Douling world. The real Douling world had many things that he did not know about and secrets that he could not see. The neutral races were like that. The 7 great ancient regions were like that. The witch race was like that too. And the thousands of islands where the demon race lived had endless mysteries. For example, the kingdom of Meru, where he was from, still had many mysteries that had not been solved. When he stepped out of the human territory and entered this world, he would know how big the world was and how profound it was. Just like when he stepped out of the sky Marshall continent. Many times, if he did not try to take a new step, he would never see a new world. "Oh right, Lin Feng, I heard from Jixin that you have been cooped up in the library." Empress Qian Lien asked curiously. "Yes, I have benefited a lot." Lin Feng's eyes lit up. "There are many precious books in the library. At least 50% of them are not in the human territory." "Oh." Empress Qian Lien's eyes lit up. She was interested. For example, the book Secrets of the 8,000 Races. It describes the existence of the 8,000 neutral races in detail. They are scattered in every corner of the Douling world. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. "I always thought that Emperor Yan's city was controlled by the witch race. Who knew that the 3 imperial cities of the witch race were actually owned by the neutral race alliance, Tianling?" "I see." Empress Qian Lien covered her mouth in surprise. "There is also a bookshelf. On it, there are more than 10 books written in the language of the starry sky. They include some knowledge of the starry sky, the levels of the starry sky world, and so on. They are all recorded in detail. Even." Lin Feng talked nonstop. Empress Qian Lien's eyes lit up with interest. But at this moment, beep, 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 the communication compass rang. Lin Feng stopped talking. He looked over and his eyes lit up. Pong! Standing up, Lin Feng's chest heaved up and down. Even his breathing became hurried. He unconsciously clenched his fists. His heartbeat quickened. Once again, he confirmed what he saw. The message on the communication compass was from the Northern Longsho. He pressed the button. A message appeared on the compass. It was not long. It was only 4 words, but it contained everything. Yu Yin had appeared. "Empress Qianlian, I have something to do. Rest well. We will talk next time." Lin Feng smiled. He and Empress Qianlian looked at each other. He could not hide the excitement in his heart. After waiting for more than 10 days, there was finally news of Yu Yin. It was great news. "Go on." Empress Qianlian smiled. Lin Feng softly replied, "Okay." Then, his figure disappeared like a bolt of lightning, leaving Empress Qianlian alone, half lying on the bed. Her beautiful eyes looked at the departing figure with a hint of loneliness. Her emotions were complicated. Fast. Lin Feng was extremely fast. Pong, pong, pong. Lin Feng's heart beat violently, but he was extremely calm. He had thought about this situation countless times. Under the guidance of a Northern Longsho, he knew what to do. Panic would not solve anything. As a martial artist, he had to maintain a calm heart at all times. Lin Feng's eyes were burning. After a few teleportations, he arrived at a place shining with white light. A teleportation point. There was naturally a teleportation point in the Royal Lotus Garden. Tap, tap. Lin Feng operated it skillfully. He was familiar with it. He had practiced it countless times. In an instant, the teleportation point was activated. Lin Feng felt dizzy. He closed his eyes and left the Royal Lotus Garden with the clear sound of his heartbeat. Hua! With a flash of light, Lin Feng appeared at the largest teleportation point in the North City. The place was bustling with noise and excitement. The East City, South City, West City, and North City were all under Yama Imperial City. But the four Yama kings had never been harmonious. They were not like one family. Any building in the North City, even if there was a teleportation point, could only be used to teleport between different districts in the North City. It could not be used to leave the North City directly. To leave the North City and enter the East City, one had to be teleported to the only large teleportation point in the North City. A 6th grade white stone token was a must. Those below 6th grade black stone tokens, black iron tokens, and black crystal tokens could not be used across cities. There were many teleportation points. There were at least 100 of them, but every one of them was filled with people. A 1-minute cooldown period was not long. But if dozens of people had to queue for more than 10 minutes, it would be too late. However, Lin Feng was prepared for this. A silver token appeared in his hand. Lin Feng instantly appeared above the teleportation point. He was in front of an arrogant, commander-like giant martial artist. Wah! The giant martial artist widened his eyes and hurriedly knelt on one knee. Greetings, my lord. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He was not surprised. Seeing a token was like seeing a person. The silver token in his hand belonged to the North Dragon Guard. I want to go to the East City's 13th district. Lin Feng looked calm. He looked at the giant martial artist with burning eyes. Immediately, yes, my lord. The giant martial artist stood up and cupped his hands. My lord, please follow me. Lin Feng nodded. Under the curious and surprised gazes of the surrounding experts, they entered a special passage. At the end of the passage, there was a teleportation point. It shone with a faint white light. It was ready. My lord, please, the giant martial artist said respectfully. Lin Feng stepped forward and stood on it. The giant martial artist pressed the button skillfully. White light flashed faintly. Wait for me, Yuan. Lin Feng's eyes shone. He was filled with anticipation. He felt that he was getting closer and closer to Ziyao. Wah! White light flashed. Chapter 1375. Eastern District 13. There was a medium-sized teleportation point here, and it was the closest to Jianxian. Swoosh! White light flashed, and Lin Feng appeared. Pa! Almost instantly, he stepped out. Lin Feng's movements were as fast as lightning. He had already simulated the scene countless times in his mind, and he skillfully executed it without any obstruction. Although the Eastern District was not under the control of the Northern Dragon Guard, no one would care about an ordinary person like him. Perhaps he had offended the Heavenly Eye clan before, but the Heavenly Eye clan was not extremely powerful in the Eastern District, and they had eyes everywhere. Furthermore, who would have known about his sudden arrival? It would not take long. Don't go, Yuan. Lin Feng's eyes were burning, and his body was like a phantom. Fast, extremely fast. Although his expression was serious, Lin Feng was extremely anxious in his heart. Although he knew that Yuan would not leave so quickly, he could not help but be anxious. After all, this opportunity was not easy to come by. If he missed it this time, he did not know when he would see Yuan again. He did not have that much time to squander. Whoosh! Like lightning, Lin Feng's eyes burned brightly. He would not be too far away from Ji Yinshian. It would only take a moment. What? Lin Feng's expression changed instantly. Suddenly, he felt a familiar aura not far in front of him. It was none other than the people from the Heavenly Eye clan who had a dispute with him at Qi Ling Xian. There was no mistaking the aura, especially the prince of the Heavenly Eye clan, Yin Wushuang, whom the Northern Dragon Guard had mentioned. He clearly remembered his aura. Now, he was right in front of him. Unlucky. Lin Feng's expression darkened, and he reduced his speed by a bit. Whoosh! He made a 90-degree turn. Lin Feng frowned. This time he had avoided them. Perhaps he was not afraid of the Heavenly Eye clan, but there was no need to meet them now. They had a deep grudge against each other, and it might cause a fight. Once he was entangled, things would become very troublesome. Fighting was a small matter, but if he missed meeting Yuan because of this meaningless fight, the loss would be too great. So what if he gave in? Now is not the time to argue about face or dignity. Hua! Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly, but he would rather go around the Heavenly Eye clan than waste time here. Although he was unlucky to run into them, he could at least give in to them. His body was as fast as lightning. Even though he had made a big circle, it was only a matter of seconds for him. Let's go. Lin Feng's gaze deepened. Very soon, the auras of the Heavenly Eye clan members could no longer be felt. Fortunately, they didn't discover me. Lin Feng secretly praised his luck. If he was discovered by the Heavenly Eye clan, it would be troublesome. The description of the experts of the Heavenly Eye clan in the book, The Secrets of the 8,000 Clans, that he had read was very accurate. Lecherous, jealous, petty. The Heavenly Eye clan had almost all of the shortcomings of humans, especially when it came to holding grudges. Even if it was a small matter, they would remember it very clearly. Not to mention that time at Qi Ling Pavilion. He had made them lose face in front of everyone. If they were to find out Lin Feng's face immediately changed. Step. Floating in the air, Lin Feng stopped his figure and looked ahead. His perception of auras was very clear. There were a total of 10 auras flying towards him. They were none other than the people of the Heavenly Eye clan that he had avoided to avoid trouble just now. But he did not expect that he would still be caught by them in the end. Some things were destined. Human, we meet again. A low voice gritted his teeth. It was very unpleasant to hear, hoarse like a lizard's. The person in the lead was precisely the prince of the Heavenly Eye clan, Min Wushuang. His gloomy and cold eyes stared straight at Chen Shi, and they carried dense resentment and killing intent that couldn't be restrained from spilling out. Lin Feng stood upright, his brows tightly knitted. His gaze fell on Tong Wushuang. Looking at that ugly face, Lin Feng's heart sank. What a headache. It would not be so easy to escape after encountering them. And this time, the lineup of the Heavenly Eye clan was even stronger than the previous time. Apart from Tong Wushuang, there were 2 other Saint King level experts on his left and right. They were even stronger than Tong Wushuang. Even other Saint King level experts would have a headache facing such a lineup, let alone him. 7 Saint Heavenly Soul Masters and 3 Saint King level Heavenly Soul Masters. Just how huge was their lineup? What do you want to do? Lin Feng's gaze was deep. Facing the cold light from Tong Wushuang's 3rd Heavenly Eye, he was not afraid at all. He was very clear about the personality of the Heavenly Eye clan. The more you avoided them, the weaker they would become. It was a classic example of a villain's mentality. But no matter what, it did not seem like it could be resolved in a short time. Lin Feng pursed his lips. His mind was full of thoughts, and his heart was burning with anxiety. He could not afford to waste time. What do you want to do? Tong Wushuang snorted coldly as a cold light flashed in his eyes. The 3rd eye on his forehead erupted with terrifying power as he spoke in a hoarse voice that sounded like a lizard's. I want you dead. With that, Tong Wushuang waved his hand, and the experts of the Heavenly Eye clan immediately scattered. Forming a semicircle, the 3rd eye on each Heavenly Eye clan expert's forehead slowly opened. Their aura and power suddenly increased. Not good. They want to attack. Lin Feng was shocked. According to the secrets of the 8,000 races, the Heavenly Eye clan experts' heavenly eyes were very strong. It was also the source of their strength as Heavenly Soul Masters. Normally, they would not open it and would be in a closed state. This was because opening the Heavenly Eye would consume soul power. Therefore, in the records, when the Heavenly Eye clan experts opened their Heavenly Eye, it meant they wanted to fight. Indeed, according to Thousand Love Empress, fighting and killing were forbidden in Yin Imperial City. But that was only for ordinary people. Just like in the Vermilion Bird Continent, Saint experts were not restricted. And even if he massacred in the southern region, no one could stop him. In Qi Ling Xian, Whether it was the Eastern Vine Guardian or the Northern Dragon Guardian, no one would be punished for killing. Actually, it was the same everywhere. The so-called rules were just for show. They were only effective for ordinary people. Experts with status, identity, and strength would not be restrained in any way. For example, the prince of the Heavenly Eye clan, Lan Wushuang. Lin Feng's eyes were cold. At this moment, he was very clear in his heart. Because the Heavenly Eye clan lacks close combat strength, they have many unique secret techniques. Because of the commonality of the Heavenly Eyes, the Heavenly Eye clan has powerful abilities that other Heavenly Soul Masters do not have. For example, secret techniques that combine various powers to accumulate the strength of a Heavenly Soul Master. The more people there are, the stronger the secret technique. If more than 12 Saint-level Heavenly Eye clan experts attack together, even a peak Saint King would have to retreat. Rows of words appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Experience was a very important thing. Books were one of the fastest ways to gain experience. If he had not read the secrets of the 8,000 races, he might not have known what these Heavenly Eye clan experts were doing. But now it was very clear. A total of 9 Heavenly Eye clan experts formed a formation, as if they were ready to use their unique secret technique. Once they joined forces, it would definitely be a disaster for him. Although there were not 12 Heavenly Eye clan experts written in the book, there were 2 Saint King level Heavenly Eye clan experts among the 9 Heavenly Eye clan experts. Just these 2 alone could create a lot of trouble for him. Not to mention the other 7 Saint level Heavenly Eye clan experts and the existence of their unique secret technique. They came prepared. Lin Feng was gloomy. Although he did not know why, there was no time to hesitate and no time to waste. He could not let them join forces. He had to strike first to gain the upper hand. 7 ultimate Heavenly Star Beads. Lin Feng suddenly yelled. In an instant, 7 shining Heavenly Star Beads appeared, shining with dazzling light and full of spirituality. Attack! 7 ultimate Heavenly Star. Lin Feng's eyes were serious. In an instant, the Heavenly Star Beads scattered and attacked rapidly. The 7 Heavenly Star Beads were like 7 Saint-level experts. They attacked the 7 Saint-level experts from the Heavenly Eye clan separately. In an instant, there was a burst of angry roars. What heavenly gods were most afraid of was close combat. Moreover, the Heavenly Eye clan's attacks were mainly mental power, but the 7 ultimate Heavenly Star Beads did not have a soul. It can only block for a while. Lin Feng thought to himself. He was very clear that the power of the 7 ultimate Heavenly Star Beads was not strong, and when scattered, it did not have much power. It could only be used to harass and interrupt the connection of their formation. However, these Heavenly Eye clan experts did not know the secret of the 7 ultimate Heavenly Star Beads, and could delay for a while. The collective attack of the Heavenly Eyes was already in chaos. Clang! Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and the purple crystal spear appeared. Golden light floated around his body, condensing into a strong light. The Ursa major constellation's star seal lit up on his forehead, and shocking power accompanied the appearance of the Thunder Slaughter armor. Then, the purple crystal spear in his hand shone, and the murderous aura was extremely dense. Kill! Lin Feng was like an incarnation of Azura. At this moment, there was nothing to hesitate about. He had seen this kind of battle formation too many times, and any soft-heartedness or hesitation could cost him his life. Facing the enemy, he had to use the autumn wind to sweep away the fallen leaves and kill quickly. As for the consequences and what would happen next, that was a matter for the future. Thinking too much now would make his killing intent not firm enough. Mystery, Sparrow Kill. Lin Feng's gaze was deep. The dense, murderous aura transformed into a high-pitched cry, like a vermilion bird, and at this moment, a golden light gathered on the purple crystal spear, boiling. Wearing the Thunder Slaughter armor, Lin Feng was like a god of war, charging straight to the front. The 2 Saint King level Heavenly Eye clan experts and Ming Wushuang were there. To catch bandits, first catch the leader. Whether it was the key to the Heavenly Eye clan's formation or Ming Wushuang, This prince, they were all key. The other 7 Saint-level Heavenly Eye Clan experts were not a problem. Killing the 3 Saint King-level Heavenly Eye Clan experts in front would solve the crisis. I have to be fast. Lin Feng's eyes were cold. The purple crystal spear flashed, triggering the thunder, and the golden starlight gathered crazily. There was no time to waste. The 7 ultimate heavenly star beads could not hold for long, and he could not wait that long. Meeting on a narrow road, kill. Chapter 1376. He would not think about why the Heavenly Eye tribe had appeared. He would not think about whether this was a coincidence or intentional, because at this moment, it was not important at all. What was important was that they were right in front of him. What was important was that these Heavenly Eye tribe powerhouses were about to surround him and kill him. If they advanced a foot, he would advance 10 feet. Misty cloud steps. Lin Feng moved, thunderous and unstoppable. 50% of his speed burst out, charging straight ahead. The purple crystal spear flashed with a murderous aura, carrying a unique aura, but there seemed to be a different kind of spear concept. During this time, his understanding of the spear was not wasted. Not to mention other things, just the feeling of holding the spear was already very different. His heart was at ease, very clear, fast. His speed was terrifyingly fast. Even if he was only at the peak of the saint level, even if he only used 50% of his speed, it was comparable to a high-level Saint King Sorcerer tribe powerhouse. Naturally, he was much faster than these weak Saint King powerhouses of the Heavenly Eye tribe. Lin Feng flashed past like lightning. But this time, Tong Wushuang did not show the slightest fear. His eyes flashed with a cold light, but he was already prepared. With a deep shout, a red light appeared in his hand. It was a heaven-rank red-grade treasure. A large net covered the sky. Lin Feng was fast enough, but the red net appeared just as if it was catching fish. Come! Tong Wushuang's eyes flashed with a cold light as he sneered. At this moment, the heavenly eyes of the 2 Saint King powerhouses in front of Tong Wushuang were fully opened, glowing with a bloody light. Z. A powerful mind attack was the most direct and effective way to kill. For a cultivator, any treatment would be useless when the soul died. Similarly, a soul injury was the most difficult to treat. As expected, Lin Feng's heart sank, but he knew that it was not so simple this time. Just by looking at Tong Wushuang's calm appearance, he knew that he was fully prepared this time. Fortunately, he did not use his full strength. With a chill in his heart, Lin Feng instantly stepped in the air with his left foot, his strength suddenly increasing to 80%. He leaned to the right and changed his angle, advancing in an extremely tricky manner. He could not retreat. Once he retreated, he would fall into the other party's trap. At that time, he would be besieged and defeated. However, at this moment, change. Yin Wushuang's lips curled into a cold smile. His hand gesture changed abruptly, as if he had expected this, and a red net began to elongate. It was originally a rhombus-shaped object, but it instantly turned into a ladder. It changed according to Yin Wushuang's will. Heaven-ranked treasures were extremely mystical, and their attacks came one after another. Oh no! Lin Feng's eyes darkened. The area covered by the red net was quite wide, completely blocking his path forward. With his body and reaction speed, he could easily dodge the attack by retreating. But if he did so, he would have to face endless soul attacks. Could he block it? There is no need to consider this question, because if he wanted to break through an attack, then this red net, it had to be broken. When enemies meet on a narrow path, only the brave will win. He had no way out. Amethyst spear, cloud rising. Even mysterious slaughter couldn't break through the tyrannical power of this red heaven-ranked treasure. But he didn't need to break it. I'm counting on you. Hongling Lin Feng's heart sank. Suddenly, with a thought, a red light flashed, and a giant dragon roared. Hongling suddenly appeared, causing Yin Wushuang's expression to change. The other 2 Saint King-level experts of the Heavenly Eye clan were also stunned. In an instant, Hongling's huge body blocked their line of sight, and they fell directly into the red net. Whoosh! Lin Feng rushed out as if crawling on the ground. There was only a tiny gap, but this tiny gap was enough to pass through. Roar! Hong Ling's roar sounded in his ears. It was so painful that it shook his heart and lungs. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, and his eyes were bloodshot. He could feel Hong Ling's aura a few inches above his head. His body was wrapped in the net, and countless needles pierced into his bones. That kind of pain was too heart-wrenching. However, he only had one method at the moment. Only Hong Ling could withstand the attack of this heaven-ranked treasure. Hong Ling, I won't let you get hurt in vain. Lin Feng instantly passed through. The red net covered the area very quickly and in a timely manner. However, this small gap was enough for him to break through the encirclement. With deep determination in his eyes, the golden light gathered around his body, and the purple crystal spear flashed, causing thunder to rumble. This caused Yin Wushuang's expression to change greatly. He didn't expect Lin Feng to do this. Attack! Yin Wushuang was almost crazily roaring. However, without needing him to say anything, the two Saint King-level experts of the Heavenly Eye clan had already lit up their heavenly eyes. They already felt the cold light of the spear tip, aiming for their hearts. Chi! Chi! Two rays of telekinesis shot out, carrying with them a rich soul power. The telekinesis attack of a Saint King-level expert was shocking. Lin Feng's eyes were bloodshot, and he gripped his purple crystal spear tightly. He was already mentally prepared. He could escape this net, but he definitely couldn't escape the attack of these two Saint King-level Heavenly Soul Masters. However, he had no other choice. He could only take it head-on. Lin Feng roared madly. His hair stood up, and his crystal-clear skin shone with a proud physique. That was the body of a starry sky expert, and the inherited blood of the ancient divine beast, Lightning Shao, flowed in his body. Even though his human soul hadn't reached the Saint King level, in terms of defense, whether it was the defense of his soul or his body, he had absolute confidence. He could block it. He could definitely block it. Boom! His head rang loudly, like a giant bell ringing in his head. Lin Feng felt as if his entire body was about to be smashed from the bottom of his heart, from the innermost part of his body, where his soul was shattering. His trembling body almost couldn't hold his purple crystal spear. But boom! Lin Feng's eyes exploded with bloody light. The blood at the corner of his mouth was thick, and his eyes showed a hint of determination and madness. He definitely wouldn't admit defeat. Pung, pung, pung. Overflowing with killing intent, every time the pain of his soul turned into a dense killing intent, condensing on the purple crystal spear. Unknowingly, the dense killing intent of the mystery sparrow kill perfectly merged with the purple crystal spear, like water and milk, with incomparable coordination. The attack was extremely condensed, just like Lin Feng's current state of mind, firm and persistent. Only one path. That was to kill. For himself, for Hong Ling, and for Ziyao. Yunqi. Lin Feng's eyes were cold, and the bloody color carried a deep terror. The purple crystal spear flashed, and the killing intent was dense. At this moment, Yunqi used it effortlessly, as if his body used it instinctively. The killing intent entwined, and the vermilion sparrow cried out. No! The Saint King-level heavens, Irace's eyes were filled with shock. His hands stretched out in front of him, and a bright golden light accompanied by a black light flashed. At the most critical moment, he used all his treasures. As long as he could save his life, he was willing to give up everything. The heavens Irace had countless weaknesses, and one of them was they were afraid of death. However, when death really came, was it important to be afraid of death? The initiative was not in his hands at all. Boom! The killing intent exploded, and the golden starlight was as bright as the stars. The starry sky exploded, and there was a crazy explosion. One attack was enough to destroy a Saint King-level powerhouse, and it was effortless. Lin Feng's eyes were blood red, as if he had already lost his mind. His body did not stop for a moment, and the purple crystal spear came back and forth, and yin qi was used again. The killing intent condensed in the entire space. Lin Feng's madness shocked all the heavens' I-race powerhouses, including the 7 saint-level powerhouses. At this moment, their minds were blank, and only the bright starlight of the spear was left. It was an unstoppable spear. Their faces were pale, as if they were thinking about how to block it with their strength. Clang! Chi! A ray of light from the spear and a ray of telekinesis crossed. The other Saint King-level powerhouse of the Heavens I-race would not sit still and wait for death. He used up all his strength in his attack, and this attack was comparable to the power of the two of them combined. The terrifying telekinesis crossed each other, and Lin Feng's eyes widened. Boom! He was injured again, and he was hysterically injured. The pain was shocking. Lin Feng could not help but let out a low roar. His body felt like it was being torn apart, and his soul was severely damaged. Lin Feng's consciousness was already blurry. No matter how strong his defense was, to take the attack of a Saint King-level Heavenly Soul Master over and over again was a disaster for any warrior. Why were Heavenly Soul Masters so rare? It was because of their strength, their terror, and their way of attacking that hurt the enemy at the cost of 8,000 of their own. Lin Feng had finally learned a thing or two. Die! He shouted with all his might. Lin Feng's eyes were blood red, and blood seeped out his face. Although he paused for a moment, his attack did not really stop. The purple crystal spear pierced through the chest of the other Saint King-level Heavens I-race powerhouse, and a murderous aura exploded wildly, directly blowing him to pieces, leaving no corpse behind. Huff, huff! Lin Feng's face was pale, and he was on the verge of collapse. The light in his eyes did not dim, and he was determined and resolute. The thoughts in his mind were incomparably clear. There was no way out for him. Since it was a battle, it was either you die or I live. Tian Wushuang. Lin Feng was covered in blood, and he looked like a hysterical demon. It was as if he had crawled out of hell, and he was blood red. At this moment, he had already given up everything, and there was nothing left to think about. There was only Tian Wushuang in front of him. He was dead for sure. Tian Wushuang's face was pale, and his body trembled slightly. At this moment, although he was not injured at all, he was completely stunned by Lin Feng. As a prince, he had never encountered such a scene. The human in front of him was like a monster. With the strength of a peak saint, he had killed all of his subordinates one by one. Right now, it was as if he was naked in front of this human, holding nothing back. His fighting spirit and aura had long been lost. As the old saying went, when enemies met on a narrow path, the brave would emerge victorious. The current situation between Lin Feng and Tian Wushuang was the best portrayal of this. With Tian Wushuang's strength, if he had the same fighting spirit and perseverance as Lin Feng would probably not be able to escape this calamity, but right now, Tian Wushuang was scared out of his wits. How could he see clearly? Lin Feng was already an arrow at the end of its flight. The Heavens I-race was afraid of death to begin with, and Tian Wushuang was a prince. Compared to ordinary Heavens I-race powerhouses, Tian Wushuang was 10 times more afraid of death. Chapter 1377. After killing 2 sacred king-level heavenly eyes, Lin Feng's murderous intent was boiling. The heavy injuries pushed his body to the limit and almost broke down. However, they ignited the flame in Lin Feng's heart instead. He was stubborn and refused to admit defeat. The enemy was indeed very strong, but until the last moment, it was still unknown who would win. Yin Wushuang, who had never experienced such a life-and-death battle, was completely stunned. The 7 sacred king-level heavenly eyes experts around him were also unable to react because Lin Feng's movements were too fast. In just a few seconds, 2 sacred king-level commanders were already dead. Clang! The amethyst spear vibrated as if it could feel its master's battle intent. It roared like a coiling dragon. The golden light carried a murderous aura. Lin Feng dragged his tired body, but his battle intent poured out like waves. At this moment, the hand holding the amethyst spear seemed to feel the pulse of the spear. He felt the kind of sublimation on the spatial and spiritual level. The spear in his hand changed. It was not a change in form, but a change in feeling. Simply put, it was a concept. Qi. Lin Feng's eyes were as bright as stars as they shot out. Even though his soul was severely injured, Lin Feng's aura was invincible. His abnormal body constitution was not affected at all. Just a few words away from Yin Wushuang, the amethyst spear's light covered everything, illuminating Yin Wushuang's terrified expression. His body trembled violently. Facing death, Tong Wushuang couldn't even put up the slightest resistance. He was too spoiled. He had been a proud son of heaven since young. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? But now, he was forced into a desperate situation by a puny human. Yin Wushuang's face was as white as paper. At this moment, he seemed to have stopped breathing. He would probably never forget the appearance of this human in front of him. That purple spear, that sinister armor, and those blood-red eyes. No, no. Yin Wushuang screamed in his heart, but he could not even open his mouth to make a sound. He was completely scared silly. A terrifying, murderous aura enveloped him. A huge vermilion bird appeared in the void. Its loud cry was insufferably majestic. Yin Wushuang's eyes shone with a cold light and contained boundless mysteries. At this moment, Yin Wushuang could no longer sense any existence, as the entire space was filled with killing intent. He was dead meat. All the nearby Heavenly Eye tribe experts were livid. They had never thought that a human would dare to make a move in the East City, and even force their prince into a desperate situation under the encirclement of so many experts. Time seemed to have stopped. Every expert of the Heavenly Eye race was overwhelmed with shock. They wanted to help, but they were too far away. Yin Wushuang was so scared that tears were rolling down her cheeks. Tears of humiliation almost flowed out of her eyes as the seed of fear sprouted and grew in her heart. In front of him, the killing intent and cold light completely enveloped him. Was it going to end? The answer was no. Bang! A diamond-shaped shield with sharp spikes appeared in front of Jin Wushuang, glowing with fiery colors. The huge diamond-shaped shield blocked Yin Wushuang's frail figure behind it. At this moment, Lin Feng's attack, which he had been accumulating power for, no longer had any room to maneuver. Even though this sudden defense was unexpected, he had no way out. Break! Lin Feng was immersed in it. His spear moves were more refined, more direct, and more concise. Clouds rose like white clouds, breaking through the space of dawn. The amethyst spear's shrill cry brought the vermilion bird flying, completely swallowing the huge shield. An astonishing power erupted in an instant, and the deafening sound made every expert of the Heavenly Eye clan aghast. Bang! His chest felt like it was struck by lightning. Lin Feng's face was extremely ugly. The power of his spear was completely blocked. His right hand was almost numb. The appearance of the huge diamond-shaped shield made it difficult for him to take another step. Naturally, it would not appear out of thin air. To be able to possess a heaven-class defensive treasure and such a powerful control ability, the newcomer's strength was unfathomable. In his mind, a figure instantly appeared. Lin Feng's eyes flashed, and his heart sank. Pa! The surroundings seemed to be bound, and the space seemed to stop. Oh no! Lin Feng's face changed greatly, and his heart sank to the bottom. He was already in a disadvantageous situation, and now even his aura was locked. The terrifying, huge shield in front of him was still vivid in his mind. A terrifying power had already appeared behind the huge shield. In this battle where there was no gap, there was not enough time to summon the main body. There was only one way. Fight! Lin Feng clenched his teeth. The newcomer's strength was far beyond his. In his mind, a figure with 4 thick limbs like a savage appeared. The figure in front of him was also gradually imprinted in his eyes. It was exactly as he had guessed. The savage wearing huge armor had terrifying strength. He had an unruly aura of a wild beast. It was the expert of the Earth barbarian tribe, Higashi Moru. He had appeared. Zhenglong. His aura was strong. Lin Feng's face was serious. Even so, he did not shrink back or feel fear. Since he was in a fight, he would fight to the end. Once he shrank back, only death would await him. Perhaps Higashi Moru's strength was indeed stronger than his, but his soul was injured in the battle just now. His body was not injured. He still had the strength to fight, especially Pa. Closing his eyes, Lin Feng's heart was incomparably calm. At this moment, he had already forgotten Yuan. He had forgotten everything. There was only one battle left in front of him. If he did not want to die, he had to win. Mystery, vermilion kill. As Lin Feng moved, the image of the vermilion bird in his mind was incomparably clear. It was clearer than ever before. The Tao of Slaughter carried a terrifying, murderous aura. It made him feel like he was in a hell. The surrounding murderous aura mixed with the amethyst spear. The amethyst spear seemed to come alive. The more he fought, the braver he became. The blood in his body boiled. There was a power that made him excited. It was gathering from every corner and rising slowly. That was the power of the ancient divine beast, Thunder Centipede. It was as if it had merged with his body. At this moment, it exploded with unprecedented power. Pong, pong. Lin Feng's face was ferocious. His body seemed to twist. With an extremely strong explosive power, he shot out like a cannonball. However, this time was completely different. It was stronger, more direct, and more terrifying. It was unstoppable. Clouds rise. Lin Feng shouted. His heart was calm to the extreme. In his eyes, there was only the existence of the spear. The star source energy flashed. It carried a different kind of energy. The Ursa major constellation's star seal shone brighter than ever. It was as if traces of the constellation's Tao had seeped in. It made the amethyst spear tremble. Its power continued to increase. One strike, the power was enough. Good. Dong Tong Shou was not afraid. Instead, he was happy. His eyes were shining. A cold light flashed in his hands. Two huge halberds appeared in his hands, forming an X. He roared like a wild beast. His shockingly thick arms exploded with terrifying muscles. His veins were exposed. Dong Tong Shou roared continuously. Even his armor seemed to be bursting. It was as if a celestial had descended. The Earth barbarian tribe's strongest point was strength. Boom, boom. The two chi collided violently. It was as if two meteors had collided. It was as if two stars had exploded. At this moment, the power was released crazily. Using the spear against the two halberds, Lin Feng seemed to be the weaker side. Regardless of star source energy or strength, he was inferior. However, his aura suppressed Dong Tong Shou. It even carried a hint of killing intent. Most importantly, the realm of his spear techniques was superior. Pong! There was a violent clang. The power exploded like thunder. This time, the collision reverberated in the sky above the East City. All the passers-by and experts raised their heads. Their eyes were filled with shock. There was an uproar. Oh my God, what's going on? I don't know. Who has the guts to fight in the East City? Are they tired of living? Such power. It's at the level of a sage king. This is crazy. I've been in Yin Imperial City for a few hundred years. I've never seen such a scene. Isn't that so? We're in for a treat today. Wait, look. Who's that? Oh, it's Dong Tong Shou. It's Dong Tong Shou. Really? Who's the other one? The entire East City was bustling. An unprecedented battle had piqued the curiosity of all the passers-by. They looked up in disgust. At this moment, Higuchi Mamoru's face was solemn. His eyes flashed with cold light as he looked at Lin Feng. He was like a lion watching its prey. The halberds in his hands were undamaged. The cold light from the stellar source energy was majestic. Behind Higuchi Mamoru, Yin Wushuang had already recovered. Although his face was still sickly pale, his eyes were bright again. He had managed to keep his life. But his hatred for Lin Feng was even deeper. Yin Wushuang looked coldly into the distance. His lips curled with malevolent hatred. Lin Feng was severely injured. This time, Yin Wushuang saw it clearly. Damn it. Lin Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his wrist. His eyes were burning. He had not lost, but he was in a bad situation now. Higuchi Mamoru alone was hard to deal with. His true strength could only be known after a face-to-face battle. Higuchi Mamoru's strength was far more terrifying than he had imagined. He had used all his strength and even broken through with his spear. But not only did he not gain the upper hand, he was even suppressed. Higuchi Mamoru's strength was not ordinary. Just a little more. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and frowned. I have already taken a step into the understanding of the mystery, Sparrow Kill. I just need one more step to reach the Saint King level. At that time, I will be able to fight Higuchi Mamoru to the end. Training through battles, his strength had increased at an extremely fast rate. Especially now, he could feel that the Saint King level was not far ahead. But was it too late? Lin Feng pursed his lips and looked forward. At this moment, not only Higuchi Mamoru, but Yin Wushuang and the 7 Heavenly Eye experts were also hesitant. Not only did they set up absolute defense, but they also had many bombs around them. If they were not careful, they would explode. The terrifying thing about Heavenly Soul Masters was their influence on martial artists in battle. They were tricky and unstoppable. Even a tiny bit of distraction was enough to make a martial artist die without a burial ground, especially when facing a true expert. This is troublesome. Lin Feng felt a headache coming on. The other party's strength and formation were far beyond his. Now he was surrounded. Chapter 1378. It was almost a hopeless situation, especially here in the East City. Lin Feng's eyes changed unpredictably as he thought about it. Right now, it was not easy for him to survive, let alone break through the array guarded by Dong Tung Shou. His injuries were not serious, and his clone's recovery ability was even more astonishing. However, killing the 2 Sage King-level Heavenly Eyes race members had severely injured his soul. If not for his willpower, he would have collapsed long ago. Dong Tung Shou was clearly very close to the Heavenly Eyes race. Previously, he had been prepared to capture him at Qi Ling Xian, and this time, his killing intent was even more undisguised. He had killed a lot of people in the East City. As Dong Tung Shou, he had the responsibility and authority to punish him. But why didn't he attack? Lin Feng frowned slightly, finding it strange as well. It was definitely a great opportunity just now. Dong Tung Shou could have taken him down while he was injured, but he did not move. His killing intent was everywhere, and his aura was astonishing. Those shining eyes were not looking at him, but behind him. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes burned. A familiar aura descended like the wind and clouds. At this moment, he understood why Dong Tung Shou had not killed him. It was because he had already seen him. North Dragon Shou was here. Exclamations sounded around. Everyone was not only surprised, but also curious. The 2 city guards met, and their gazes were filled with hostility. It was as if they were about to start a massacre at the slightest disagreement. Whoosh! North Dragon Shou's figure flashed and appeared in front of him, bringing with him a calming aura. Lin Feng looked over and said respectfully, "Senior." Once again, North Dragon Shou appeared at the critical moment. He had saved her from danger several times, especially this time when she was besieged on all sides and in a situation where she had a slim chance of survival. However, North Dragon Shou's arrival stabilized the situation. Ji Longfeng nodded at Lin Feng and did not say anything. The 2 of them looked at each other without saying anything. Turning his head, Ji Longfeng looked at Dong Tung Shou with a serious gaze. Why make things difficult for a junior? Man Tung, if you have anything, just come at me. The corners of Man Tung's mouth curled up into a sneer as he spoke. I say, Brother Ji, aren't you a bit too protective of your own people? It seems that your people came to my eastern city to cause trouble. Exactly. A hoarse voice that sounded like a lizard's came from behind. Tong Wushuang roared fiercely. This despicable and shameless bitch has tried to kill this prince time and time again. Last time, she seriously injured my clansmen, and this time, she even killed 2 of my clansmen on the street. Her crimes are punishable by death. Lin Feng's gaze turned cold. Calling black white, this Yin Wushuang was really shameless. However, this was their territory, and with so many people talking, even if he retorted, he wouldn't be able to win. Most importantly, he believed that the Northern Dragon Guard would be able to handle it. Shut up. Ji Longfeng's eyes glinted coldly as he glared at Tong Wushuang. His voice wasn't loud, but it was sonorous and forceful. The latter's face turned pale, and he immediately deflated like a deflated balloon, not daring to confront the Northern Dragon Guard. He quickly shrank behind the Eastern Dragon Guard, not daring to say another word. The Heavenly Eye clan had always bullied the weak and feared the strong. No manners. Ji Longfeng frowned coldly. Manting didn't care and smiled indifferently. Brother Ji is really angry. I'm just stating the facts. Is it wrong to speak the truth? As his voice fell, Manting looked around and raised his eyebrows. At this moment, the surrounding area was already filled with masters from various clans, watching this storm. In an instant, the surrounding people whispered and kicked up a fuss. This was indeed Mantang's territory. Whether it's true or not, everyone knows. Ji Longfeng's gaze deepened. Mantang, don't involve others in our grudges. TCH, that's that. Old Mantang has always been clear about public and private matters. Mantang grinned coldly, and his gaze fell on Lin Feng. Today, this little brother dared to openly kill people in my E-City, and he even killed 2 Sage King Masters. This debt has to be settled. How do you want to settle it? Ji Longfeng asked in a deep voice. Mantang's eyes flashed. 2 Sage King Masters were killed by someone from your North City on the streets of the East City. What do you think will happen if the East King of Hell knows about this? After a pause, Mantang smiled. Of course, if it's not necessary, I don't want to do that. It's just up to you, Brother Ji. Ji Longfeng frowned. There was a lot of discussion around, but Ji Longfeng and Mantang fell into silence. After hearing this, Lin Feng understood a lot at this moment. Obviously, the two had a personal grudge. Moreover, it wasn't just the two of them. The relationship between the East City and North City also seemed to be quite tense. In fact, from what he saw in the library, the 4 major cities of Yin Imperial City were not harmonious. The 4 kings of hell were from different neutral races. Although they were all celestial spirits, they competed with each other and fought endlessly. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a headache, as if the world was spinning. His vision seemed to become blurry, and his body was weak. The aftereffects of the injury to his soul finally broke out at this moment. With a gloomy heart, Lin Feng clenched his teeth, shook his head hard, and tried to open his eyes. His vision turned from blurry to a little clearer, but his strength was fading away bit by bit. Lin Feng clenched his fists, and his body trembled slightly. Hold on, I can't fall. Lin Feng shouted madly, trying to keep himself awake. Right now, he had to hold on. I know. Ji Longfeng was silent for a moment, and his brows furrowed. He raised his head with determination in his eyes. We'll do as you say. As soon as these words came out, the surroundings were in an uproar. Whispers were incessant, as if the grudge between the two experts was quite transparent. Good, you're a straightforward person. Mantang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he laughed heartily, with a hint of wanton unruliness in his laughter. His eyes were bright, and his fighting spirit was boiling. He shouted, 3 days later, at noon, at the city's Desperation Arena. Be there or be square. Ji Longfeng's eyes flashed, and he nodded solemnly. Then, can you take your people and leave now? Of course. Mantang laughed loudly, and he was in an extremely good mood. He waved his hand, and his subordinates retreated. Yin Wushuang was left behind with a shocked expression, not knowing what had happened. Seeing Mantang leave, Yin Wushuang hesitated slightly, and the hatred in his eyes was strong. He glared at Lin Feng, and then he stomped his feet and followed. He was very clear that without Dong Tingsho's support, he was nothing. Everyone dispersed one by one, beaming with joy. Although the storm had calmed down, and the 2 city guards did not fight, The words just now were even more shocking. 3 days later, at noon, at the city's desperation arena. Be there or be square. Senior. Lin Feng's eyes were deep. He had read many books in a library, including an introduction to Yin Imperial City, many special types of buildings, facilities, and the general situation. Know yourself, know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Since he was going to live in Yin Imperial City for a while, it was necessary to understand. Yin Imperial City was divided into the East, South, West, and North City. However, in the center of the 4 main cities, there was an unregulated area called the Middle City. It was chaos there, and killing was second nature. No matter what your identity or background was, there were no rules in the Middle City, and there was only one thing. The strong were respected. There, the strong preyed on the weak, and only the fittest survived. And the Desperation Arena was the most famous building in the Middle City. It was a huge arena building, and the smell of blood and killing did not dissipate. Just the audience seats alone were more than 1 million. Every day, there would be a death match in the Desperation Arena. 2 strong people entered the Desperation Arena, and unless one side died, the battle would continue. Dong Tung Shou wanted to fight Bei Longzhou to the death. The 2 of them were like fire and water. This has nothing to do with you, Ji Longfeng said in a deep voice, his eyes bright. Mantang and I will fight eventually. But Lin Feng felt uneasy and hesitated. It was because of him that Bei Longzhou agreed to Mantang's challenge. Don't be so wishy-washy. It's normal for warriors to fight. I just had some unfinished business, so I didn't agree to his challenge. Ji Longfeng looked over and said, You, on the other hand, have been delayed for a long time. If you don't hurry, you will miss the opportunity to meet Yuan. Lin Feng was shocked when he heard that. Oh no, he almost forgot. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. Senior, see you later. After saying that, he could not stay any longer. If he missed this opportunity, he did not know when he would see Yuan again. Hua! With a flash, Lin Feng dragged his heavily injured body and left. He left Ji Longfeng alone, his eyes bright. Hurry! This time, there were no more obstacles. Whether it was Dong Tung Shou or Min Wushuang, they had already retreated. However, the distance between them was so far away for Lin Feng. His vision was blurry, like an illusion. His body was extremely heavy. It was not that his body was heavily injured, but that his soul was extremely tired. His entire body had lost its strength. Heavenly Eye Clan. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, anger rising in his heart. After 2 consecutive soul attacks, he was as fragile as a broken piece of porcelain. Not to mention a Sage King, even a saint-level expert could probably take his life. Especially the second attack. A Sage King Heavenly Soul Master's attack before his death was terrifying. Although he won in the end, the price was quite heavy. He would need to recover for a while. Persevere. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, his eyes burning. In order to help him, Bei Longzhou had sacrificed so much. He had to cherish this opportunity. He bit his lips until they bled. Willpower and perseverance played a key role at this moment. With a roar, Lin Feng looked like he had gone crazy. He accelerated again, ignoring the strange gazes of the surrounding cultivators, and rushed toward Jinxian. It was a short distance, but it felt longer than it had ever been. Lin Feng's willpower had been tempered and persevered. He staggered as he approached Ji Yinxian. He was here. He was almost there. Bang! Bang! Lin Feng's heart beat faster. The arrival of hope and the waiting made his body surge with the last bit of strength. Whoosh! His figure was like an illusion, and Ji Yinxuan's outline could already be seen. At this moment, Lin Feng's eyes widened. This is... Chapter 1379. What he saw was a purple figure. She was dressed in light clothes that swayed in the wind. It was a slim lady. Just by looking at her back, he could tell that she was extremely beautiful. But that was not the main point. The main point was that the lady in front of him gave him a very familiar and amiable feeling. Although it was just her back, although her clothes were different from the last time he saw her, Although it was just a glimpse from afar, he could not be mistaken. That step, that figure, and that feeling all told him that this purple-clothed lady was Yu'in without a doubt. Arriving early was not as good as arriving at the right time, although it was a short and bumpy journey, making him feel as if he had made a trip to heaven and earth. But the heavens were still attached to him and did not let him lose this opportunity. Yu'in. Lin Feng used all his strength to shout, but his body was already difficult to control, and he could not speed up. Even so, he was still closing in quickly. As he got closer to Yu'in, he felt that the distance between him and Ziyao was shortening bit by bit. Lin Feng clenched his fists, his palms sweating. Because he used too much strength, sweat dripped down from his forehead, but the exhaustion of his soul had reached its limit. But he would not fall short of success. Ta! The purple figure in front of him paused, as if she heard something. Yu'in. Lin Feng shouted again. Seeing the purple figure pause, his heart seemed to skip a beat. Her pause undoubtedly confirmed her identity. She was not someone else. His intuition was not wrong. This purple-clothed lady was Ziyao's elder sister, one of the two emperors of Sky Martial Continent. Moon Empress. This time, the purple-clothed lady heard it completely. There was a hint of surprise in her eyes, as if she was guessing who was calling her, or felt that the voice was familiar. The purple-clothed lady finally turned around. Lin Feng's gaze focused on her. As he got closer and closer, that perfect face fell into his eyes. Lin Feng's eyes were completely shining. It was her. It was indeed Yu'in. Her face was somewhat similar to Ziyao's. He definitely would not be mistaken. Yu'in. Lin Feng shouted for the third time. This time, he did not use much strength, but it was a shout from the bottom of his heart, with a thick sense of excitement. After so many hardships, he finally found this place, found her. No matter what price he had to pay, it was worth it. Shua. In an instant, Yu'in turned her head. This time, she heard it clearly and did not hesitate at all. Her eyes were filled with surprise and bewilderment. Her eyebrows were slightly knitted together. The instant she turned her head, she looked straight at Lin Feng. Their eyes met, and the distance between their pupils was like the distance between heaven and earth. At this moment, they were looking at each other face to face. Lin Feng's face was full of excitement. All kinds of emotions surfaced in his heart. It was difficult to describe this feeling. He was incomparably delighted. His soul was so weak that it had reached its limit. At this moment, all that was left was this purple figure that looked exactly like Ziyao. Moon Empress Yu'in. He finally saw her again. However, many things would always be unexpected. From Lin Feng's point of view, Yu Yin's reaction to seeing him was the same as his reaction to seeing Yu'in. She was excited, and pleasantly surprised. However, he was only half right. Surprise. Yu Yin's first reaction was indeed surprise. She widened her beautiful eyes. She never thought that she would see Lin Feng here. Their eyes met, and it couldn't be clearer. The second reaction was joy. An incomparably joyful smile bloomed from the bottom of her heart. However, the third reaction, the third instant, completely changed. Confusion, fear, and shock. All kinds of complicated emotions appeared on Yu Yin's face. Her beautiful eyes kept changing, and her footsteps staggered backward. What's going on? Lin Feng was also stunned. He couldn't understand why Yu'in would show such an expression and react like this. However, he didn't have time to think about it. In an instant, Yu'in turned her head and ran away like a hurricane. She didn't have the slightest bit of reluctance. Yu'in. Lin Feng opened his eyes in shock. His veins were exposed as he shouted. At this moment, he didn't have time to ask why, nor did he have time to guess what was going on. He just chased after her with all his strength. However, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. How could he run faster than Yu'in at this moment? Quick, quick, go faster. Lin Feng rushed forward crazily. He was almost forcing himself with all his might. His eyes were filled with shock and confusion. His body trembled, and he used all his strength. However, he watched as the purple figure slowly disappeared before his eyes. It was getting dimmer and dimmer. Yu'in didn't even look back once. She just left resolutely. Why? Bang! His heart seemed to explode. Lin Feng's eyes were completely wide open. Puff! He vomited blood violently. The depression attacked his heart. At this moment, all the negative energy surged out. He couldn't control his body anymore. His vision gradually blurred. Lin Feng was extremely unwilling. However, his soul's strength had been exhausted. His body had reached its limit. Over and over again, his soul's strength was squeezed out. Now, there wasn't even a drop of water left in his body. Whoosh! Lin Feng fell from the sky. Bang! He landed heavily on the ground. In the distance, "I'm sorry, Lin Feng." Yuan ran quickly. However, she wasn't as resolute as Lin Feng thought. At this moment, Yu Yin's face was full of tears. Her graceful figure was also trembling slightly. Her beautiful eyes were completely wet. As she ran, Yu Yin's emotions fluctuated intensely. The look in her eyes was extremely complicated. She obviously had something she couldn't say. Even so, Yuan was very determined. She didn't look back once, for fear that she couldn't help it. Using all her strength, Yuan anxiously tried to get rid of Lin Feng's pursuit. However, she didn't know that Lin Feng had already fainted. Back then, Lin Feng couldn't withstand a single blow from her. There was a great disparity in strength between them. However, she was as small as an ant in front of Lin Feng now. Even if Lin Feng only had 10% of his strength left, Yuan wouldn't be able to escape, let alone when she was at her peak. However, there were no ifs. Many things were destined. Lin Feng was destined to miss Yuan. Sorcerer tribe, inside a gloomy palace. Shi Jiuyin and Shi Baishe were sitting cross-legged facing each other, their brows locked in a deep frown. What do you think this old ghost is planning? Shi Jiuyin looked at Shi Baishe with a questioning gaze. There was no longer a sense of superiority like before. The current Shi Baishe had changed his appearance. A cold gleam flickered in his eyes. He was a cunning old fox, unlike before who had no opinions of his own. The current Shi Baishe was no longer the Shi by Corpse Wizard King, but the demon Kuei II, who had reincarnated in a shell. Although dead, the demon Kuei II was able to survive the Second Great Shaman War and escape from the 10,000 bone puppets. He had his own capabilities. Maybe he wasn't strong, or maybe his intelligence wasn't top-notch, but his survival skills were outstanding. You should know this better than me, second brother? Kuei II asked with a frown. No. Shi Jiuyin shook his head. This old ghost is too powerful. I can't guess what he's thinking and doing. A sharp glint flickered in Shi Jiuyin's eyes as he said, of the 12 sorcerer kings, he could have let Hutu and Xianming, who were closest to him, succeed him. He could have let Rushu lead the battle, or Tianwu lead the defense. Even if he wanted to plan for the future, he could have let his son Di Ming temper himself. But he actually gave it to me. Shi Jiuyin's eyes were frosty. The atmosphere was heavy. Shi Jiuyin's face was gloomy and uncertain, while Kuei II remained silent. Everyone knew that Sorcerer Emperor Di Jiang and Shi Jiuyin didn't get along well, not secretly, but on the surface. Yet, Di Jiang didn't pass it to anyone. He gave the entire sorcerer tribe, and even the most important leadership of the Third Great Shaman War, to his enemy. Inconceivable. Is he trying to make you a scapegoat? Kuei II's eyes shone brightly. Now that the sorcerer tribe has lost, the demonic beast tribe's morale is high. The sorcerer tribe is completely suppressed. Not to mention counterattacking. Even defending the sorcerer tribe won't be an easy task. No, Old Ghost won't use the sorcerer tribe's safety as a trick. Shi Jiuyin's gaze was serene. His heart belongs to the sorcerer tribe. If he can lead the sorcerer tribe in the Great Shaman War, he won't retreat. This time, I'm afraid he is seriously injured, so he had no choice but to temporarily give up the sorcerer tribe. You also said it's temporary. Kuei II sneered. No matter what his reason is, since the sorcerer tribe's lifeline is in our hands, then we should take advantage of it and leave. What does the sorcerer tribe's life have to do with us? At that time, Old Ghost will come out and clean up the mess. Not appropriate. Shi Jiuyin shook his head. Kuei-2's eyes glimmered. Second brother, are you afraid of being condemned by the sorcerer tribe? A general success is built on thousands of bones. Sacrifices are inevitable in order to achieve great things. Sure, Joeen's eyes were cold and merciless, but his thoughts were deep. But the situation is too delicate. If we betray the sorcerer tribe at this time, the demonic beast tribe's advantage will increase. Big brother, have you forgotten that we no longer have any influence in the demonic beast tribes? It's my negligence. Kuei-2 pondered, relying on third brother alone. I'm afraid he won't be able to make any waves in the demonic beast tribes. Do you think old Ghost knows that we won't dare to betray him? Sure, Joeen suddenly asked. Kuei-2 shook his head. I only know that the sorcerer tribe's defeat doesn't seem to be beneficial to us. Frowning slightly, Kuei-2 fell in a deep thought. Without Queequin's physical body, not only him, the three brothers were in a different situation. Both of them exchanged a glance. The atmosphere was heavy. At this time, the Doling world was in a mess. The demonic beast tribes were massacring the sorcerer tribe, as if they didn't care about the sorcerer tribe's resistance at all. Their frenzied slaughter made the entire Doling world cry and scream. Human residences were slaughtered one after another. Sorcerer tribes outside the sorcerer tribe's territory were slaughtered. Blood flowed like rivers. The sky seemed to have turned red. The sorcerer tribe's defeat brought about painful consequences. The Third Great War of the sorcerer tribe had officially entered the demonic beast tribe's dominance. The gears of history seemed to be overlapping once again. Just like the Second Great War of the sorcerer tribe, the demonic beast tribes were unstoppable. The only difference was that both the demonic beast tribes and the sorcerer tribe were different. Including the existence of many other forces, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious. The Third Great War of the sorcerer tribe had just begun. Chapter 1380. Heavenly Fire Space. Hiss! Hiss! Flames filled the sky. The devouring fire roared like a dragon as it coiled around Lin Feng's body. Wherever the flames passed, everything would be devoured. The ownerless heavenly flames were nothing more than food to Lin Feng. The devouring fire was growing stronger with every passing moment. Not only that, a steady stream of stellar source energy was being absorbed, refined, and converted into his own energy. In the heavenly fire space of the Saint King level Heavenly Dog Clan, Lin Feng was like a martial artist who had entered a treasure trove. His harvest was bountiful. Just as he had expected, the heavenly fire space of the Heavenly Dog Clan was an unparalleled increase in one's strength. 81 levels, 82 levels, 83 levels. In a short period of time, the devouring fire increased by several times. From the 80th level, it had now jumped to the 83rd level, and it was still increasing. As the devouring fire increased, the absorption and refinement continued to increase, forming a positive cycle, each level better than the last. However, Lin Feng's face did not have the slightest hint of joy. Solemn, and mixed with a hint of worry. Thousands of thoughts ran through his mind. What's going on? Why did Yu turn around and leave when she saw me? I can't lie at first glance. Yu Yin's face was clearly filled with surprise. Why? Did something happen to Xiao? Lin Feng's eyes burned. Clenching his fists, his body trembled. He did not want to think in this direction, but from Yu Yin's expression, it seemed to be the case. If something had not happened to Xiao, if she did not have difficulties, why would Yu Yin avoid him? Why would she be so afraid when she saw him? She did not even dare to look at him. Damn it! Lin Feng found it difficult to calm down. He gritted his teeth. At this moment, no matter how fast his cultivation speed was, no matter how fast he improved, it was just a fleeting cloud to him. He just wanted to get out as soon as possible and find Yu Yin to ask what had happened to Xiao. Was it true that something had happened to her? What had happened during this period of time? The doubts in his heart came one after another, making it difficult for him to calm down. However, he was powerless. The sharper the blade, the easier it is to break. Everything has two sides. Who would have thought that the heavenly fire space which was supposed to be the best place for me to cultivate, would instead become my cage, leaving me with nowhere to go. Man proposes, God disposes. Lin Feng felt extremely disappointed. Right now, there were too many things waiting for him to do, but his main body was trapped in the heavenly fire space. Other than cultivation, it was still cultivation. There were only two ways to leave the heavenly fire space. The first method was to absorb and refine all the heavenly fire, just like when he came out of the little celestial dog's heavenly fire space. The heavenly fire space would have no more energy and would collapse on its own. The second method was even simpler for him, but he couldn't do it now, using the soul of the avatar to summon the main body. However, his clone had already fainted and his soul was severely injured. But he didn't know when he would wake up. Today is already the third day. I'm afraid it's almost noon. Lin Feng's brows were tightly knitted together. He was extremely worried. Because of him, the Northern Dragon Guard had accepted the Eastern Vine Guard's challenge. 3 days later, at noon, in the city's deathmatch arena. Be there or be square. This was a fight to the death. The matter of Ziyao and Yuan was important to him, but the matter of the Northern Dragon Guard was equally important. Ever since they entered Yin Imperial City, the Northern Dragon Guard had been helping them without asking for anything in return. He was Wei Yu's benefactor, and Wei Yu owed him a huge favor. This was especially so for this fight to the death. Although the Northern Dragon Guard and the Eastern Vine Guard had a personal grudge, Wei Yu was the reason why the Northern Dragon Guard accepted the challenge. If something happened to the Northern Dragon Guard, how could Wei Yu be at ease? However, all he could do now was worry. There was nothing he could do. Time passed by in a blink of an eye. However, to Lin Feng, this was torture. He was in a mountain of treasures, but he felt like he was alone. He was the only one left in the world, and there was no one else. The feeling of loss and loneliness was indescribable. It was like a tycoon holding a lot of money, but he was stranded on an isolated island. Money was no longer money. I have to win, Lin Feng said in a low voice. He felt that the Eastern Vine Guard was indeed stronger than the Northern Dragon Guard. Dong Tengshou, who was from the Earth Barbarian tribe, could be compared to the Shaman tribe to a certain extent, while Bei Longshou's body was closer to that of a human's. It should have something to do with the fact that he had half human blood in him. However, the Northern Dragon Guard's technique should be better than the Eastern Vine Guard's. His spear techniques had already reached the Starry Sky level. Both of them had their own strengths, and it was still unknown who would emerge victorious. Wu Yu found it hard to calm his heart. Even as he refined the heavenly fire and the devouring fire increased, he could not think or comprehend it. Time seemed to be passing very slowly. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and his body trembled slightly. It was a feeling from the heart. It was a feeling from the heart, as if his blood was flowing again. It was very familiar. It was his doppelganger. The doppelganger's soul was showing signs of awakening. This is great. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he clenched his fists tightly. In the Imperial Garden, Qian Lian Huang, Jin Ji, and Shi Jixin were beside him, and their faces were filled with worry. At this moment, Lin Feng was on an emerald green lotus platform. The lotus horns were like small lotus flowers, and they were emitting a sparkling light. The green light gathered like a layer of rotating water curtain, enveloping Lin Feng. Outside, Dr. Ning closed his eyes, and his hand gestures changed as he muttered. A small healing array, coupled with the green lotus platform, showed Dr. Ning's skills. Qian Lian Huang and the other two held their breaths and waited patiently. It had been 3 days and 3 nights. However, no one was impatient at all, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. A deep voice sounded, and it was particularly clear in this quiet room. Not only were Qian Lian Huang and the other two overjoyed, but Dr. Ning also opened his eyes, and there was a flash of light. His hand gestures changed again, and the green lotus platform shone brightly again, mixed with a wisp of green light, and shot directly into Lin Feng's body. Moaning softly, Lin Feng opened his eyes. As his consciousness gradually returned, The joyful voices of Shi and the other two rang in his ears. Lin Feng looked around, then looked at the familiar faces, and suddenly remembered what happened. After the battle with the Heavenly Eye clan, his soul was injured and he fainted. Ha! Gently clenching his fist, Lin Feng frowned slightly. His body strength was not in sync with his strength. It was not his body that was injured, but his soul was out of control. It was as if he wanted to lift a heavy object. Although his arms were strong enough, his thoughts could not control his arms, as if they were suddenly numb. With a heavy heart, Lin Feng's gaze fell on Dr. Ning in front of him. There was no doubt that the one who woke him up must be the highly skilled Dr. Ning. Otherwise, with the injury to his soul, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to wake up. But now, only 3 days had passed. It's okay, a little side effect is inevitable. Dr. Ning had stopped moving at this moment and said with his hands behind his back, "Will it affect your future cultivation?" Lin Feng's expression was serious. Dr. Ning shook his head. "Don't worry, your body's recovery ability is quite strong, and it has a unique self-healing ability." With a flash of light in his eyes, Dr. Ning looked at Lin Feng, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, "With all due respect, are you really human?" Lin Feng's eyes flashed. Others may not be able to see it, but Dr. Ning was a doctor after all. The physique of his body was even better than that of a Magus king. It was impossible for an ordinary human to reach such a level. No wonder Dr. Ning was full of doubts. As for the unique self-healing ability mentioned by Dr. Ning, he could guess 70 to 80% of it. It must be the physical ability of a starry sky powerhouse after the 7 souls combined into one. Just like his master, Duodwa's master, even if his body was shattered to only a cell, a trace of consciousness and memory, he could survive in the starry sky and slowly recover. Perhaps in the vast starry sky, his body was nothing, but in the Douling world, it was strong enough. It's the real deal. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. Suddenly, he remembered something and his face changed. "By the way, what time is it now?" Qianlian Huang and the other two looked at each other. Dr. Ning's eyes flashed, and he slowly said, "It's 1:15 noon." Bang! Using all his strength to support himself, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with determination. Even if he couldn't control his strength, he still stood up and looked at Dr. Ning. "Is there any result from the death arena? Did Northern Longsho win?" This matter was not a secret. That day in the East City, so many powerhouses witnessed and heard it with their own ears. It was a fight to the death between the 2 city guards, so it must have caused a sensation in the city. Dr. Ning naturally knew about it. However, the result is not out yet. Dr. Ning shook his head. Lin Feng's eyes flashed as he looked at Qianlian Huang and the other two. The 3 of them nodded at the same time. Obviously, Dr. Ning was not lying. Bang! 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 His heart was beating wildly. Lin Feng suddenly felt dizzy because he stood up too quickly, pressing his chest. His body seemed to be a little out of control. Lin Feng closed his eyes, and a figure holding a long spear appeared in front of his eyes, standing proudly between heaven and earth. However, his heart was beating faster and faster, but his body couldn't stop trembling. Lin Feng only felt his mouth and tongue dry. The figure standing tall in his mind seemed to be floating like ripples. It was as if he was looking at a lake, like the moon in the water. In an instant, bang, the ripples dissipated and the figure in his mind disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng's face turned pale and his eyes widened. At this time, the compass in Dr. Ning's left hand sounded. The beeping sound was particularly harsh at this moment. Not only Lin Feng, but Qianlian Huang and the other 2 also looked at it with incomparable nervousness and worry. Dr. Ning gently bowed and pressed the button to check the information. In an instant, he raised his head and his hoarse voice instantly made Lin Feng and the other 3 feel as if they had fallen into hell. North Dragon Guard lost. Chapter 1381. Yama Imperial City, Middle City. There was a mix of good and bad people, and the air was filled with the aura of killing. The streets and alleys were filled with ruins, but there were many people. There were the sorcerer tribe, the ancient tribe, and even the weak human tribe. There were 8,000 neutral races, and their numbers were comparable to the east, south, west, and north cities. Even though this place was in ruins, it was still very attractive. To martial artists, the middle city was both heaven and hell. If you were strong enough, you could get everything here. Wealth, treasures, women, the thrill of killing, and so on. There were many arenas and arenas in the city. The middle city might not have many things, but there was no lack of arenas and arenas, especially the Desperation Arena in the middle of the city. It was like a sacred place in the middle city. Only Saint Kings or Do Huangs who had accumulated more than 1,000 victories in the various fighting arenas in the city had the qualifications to fight to the death in the Desperation Fighting Arena. The Desperation Arena could hold millions of spectators. Every battle of the pinnacle was filled to the brim. The blood of countless gamblers and powerhouses surged as a result of this. Man Tung, Dong Tung Shou, Man Tung, you are the strongest. Cheers were everywhere. In the Desperation Arena, a black figure was lying in a pool of blood. The ground was covered in blood, and his left shoulder was sliced off. His right leg was missing, and his flesh was mangled. The worst part was his head. It was twisted in an irregular way, as if it had been broken by someone. Tragic, tragic beyond compare. He was already completely dead. His face could not be seen, but the golden dragon spear in his right hand could be seen. The spirit of the spear seemed to be crying and trembling. However, it was so insignificant compared to the cheers of millions of spectators. No one cared. In the middle of the arena, Man Tung's eyes were shining brightly. He raised his hands and enjoyed the honor of being the moon surrounded by the stars. The armor on his body was also shattered, and his injuries were not inferior to the black figures. However, he had an exceptionally strong body and a stronger fighting spirit. Man Tung's eyes were wide open. He patted his chest and roared as if he was venting his anger. Ah, ah, ah. The frenzied roars stirred up the emotions of the surrounding audience. At this moment, the barbarian Vine was the true king. In the Desperation Arena, he was a king who could defeat opponents of the same level. Wanton and insolent. He had no scruples, and he had no scruples. In the middle city, strength was everything. Even the King Yin Luo of the 4 cardinal underworlds would have no status in the middle city. Here, everything was decided by fists. The strong were respected, and the weak, it was not worth mentioning. It was as if the black figure lying in the pool of blood was merely a corpse. No one would care about his previous identity, and no one would sympathize with him. If he died here, it could only mean that he was not strong enough. In fact, the curses from the audience never stopped. Some people were even cursing nonstop. They were the gamblers who had lost everything. Northern Dragon Guard. Bah, you're just a good-for-nothing. Man Tung's eyes shone brightly. He stretched out his leg and kicked Bei Longshou's abdomen. Bei Longshou's body was kicked into the air, and he fell heavily on the battlefield. However, he didn't even have the slightest reaction. He was already completely dead. However, Man Tung seemed to be not satisfied. Not only did he continue to insult him, he even whipped the corpse. Coward, do you know why you lost? You lost because you have the blood of a lowly human flowing in your body. Ha ha! Weak, you can't even withstand a single blow. Oomph. Man Tung strode over, his eyes ferocious. His left leg, which was as thick as a tree trunk, stomped on the Northern Dragon Guard's left leg. There was a sound like porcelain shattering, and the Northern Dragon Guard's left leg was instantly turned into a pile of mud. The Northern Dragon Guard was in a miserable state. He had died without a complete corpse. Ha ha! Laughing wildly, Man Tung clenched his fists and pounded his chest. His heroic actions attracted whistles and cheers from the surroundings. They danced in joy for Man Tung's strength. Man Tung's eyes were abnormally excited. He wantonly ravaged the Northern Dragon Guard's corpse. His gaze once again fixed on the Northern Dragon Guard's head, revealing a hint of ferocity. Ta! 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 Every step was as heavy as 1,000 caddies. Mantang's hands made cracking sounds as deep hatred surged. The grudge between him and the Northern Dragon Guard had been accumulated for a long time. He wished he could cut the Northern Dragon Guard into pieces. How could he let him die so easily? Ultimate Dragon Peak. I want you to lose face even if you die. Your Northern King of Hell's bloodline is a bunch of good-for-nothings, cowards. This time, I, Old Man Tongue, will make the Eastern King of Hell proud. I'll take your head as a trophy and hang it on the city tower. I'll let everyone see the so-called experts of your Northern King of Hell's bloodline. You're all F*** king trash. Pa! Standing in front of Ultimate Dragon Peak's corpse, Mantung moved his head. Amidst his sinister laughter, his right hand formed into a claw and directly stretched out, wanting to take the Ultimate Dragon Peak's head. The crowd cheered incessantly. The thrill of killing made the blood of countless spectators boil. The hysterical screams made the entire Desperation Arena look like hell. There was no mercy or humanity here. There was only gambling and killing, only blood and fists. At this moment, bang, it was as if thunder had struck. In the Desperation Arena, a huge, semicircular shield shone with white light. Extremely intense flames descended from the sky, causing the spectators to scream incessantly. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at the top of the shield in shock. Even Mantang stopped what he was doing and raised his head. The semicircular shield of the Desperation Arena. It was built to prevent casualties in the spectators' seats. It existed. Even the aftermath of the battle between experts like the Northern Dragon Guard and the Eastern Vine Guard didn't break the shield. But now chi, flames descended from the sky. Clang! With a high-pitched cry, everyone saw a blood phoenix descend from the sky. Its blood-red eyes released an extremely dense, murderous aura as it crazily bombarded the semicircular shield. Almost in the blink of an eye, the top of the shield shattered. With the top as the center, cracks appeared and spread out in all directions. Boom! The blood phoenix directly charged through. The crowd gasped incessantly. It was suffocating. Eastern Vine Guard's expression instantly changed. He knew that the newcomer was an enemy and not a friend. It was extremely powerful. Its target was him. Such powerful flames. Eastern Vine Guard's heart trembled, and its 2 layers of flames mixed with profound mysteries. With one glance, he could see through many things. As one of the 16 city guards, Eastern Vine Guard naturally had extraordinary knowledge. His strength was also not to be underestimated. He could kill the Northern Dragon Guard with his own strength. However, at this moment, danger instantly descended. Bang! The flames were sharp as they swooped down. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the scene in the Desperation Arena. It was an extremely rare scene. Who was it? Who exactly was the newcomer? This question lingered in Eastern Vine Guard's heart. However, the flames and the blood-red phoenix's aura were extremely terrifying. Not only was it full of momentum, but it was also unstoppable. It was as if it was determined to die and destroy everything. He could not fight it head-on. Oh! Mantung's eyes turned cold. He stepped on the ground with his right foot and pushed off with his left foot as he retreated. It was full of momentum, but not enough change. It was not that the newcomer was weak. It was just that this attack was not a real attack. It was just forcing him to retreat. Bang! Flames filled the sky. It was a figure covered in flames. It was like a divine soldier or a heavenly general. Just as Manting expected, its goal was not to attack, but to chase him away. Right now, it was standing proudly in the middle of the Desperation Arena, right in front of the Northern Dragon Guard's corpse. The flames dissipated. The newcomer's figure was not very tall, and his face gradually became clearer. Wow! The crowd gasped. There was a lot of discussion and noise. Endless shock. However, it was not the others who were the most shocked. It was Mantung. His eyes widened as he looked at the person in front of him. Mantung was a little stunned. He did not expect that the person in front of him would be a human. Moreover, it was a human he was very familiar with. The human who was like an ant in front of him that day in Eastern City, Lin Foam. I was wondering who it was. Man Tong snorted coldly with disdain. Man Tong. Lin Feng lowered his voice and shouted. He could not suppress the anger in his heart. He clenched his fists so tightly that his veins popped out. When he heard the bad news in the Imperial Garden, he almost collapsed. Now that he saw the Northern Dragon Guard's corpse with his own eyes, he felt even more nervous. He even found it difficult to breathe. The Northern Dragon Guard was really dead. He died right in front of him. Lin Feng's body trembled. He could not believe what he saw. His killing intent and anger could not be stopped. The aura of a holy king spread out. However, it made the indifferent Man Tong's expression change slightly. There was a cold glint in his eyes. Holy king. How did this kid become a holy king in such a short time? No, his aura seems to be different from 3 days ago. What's going on? Man Tong's heart sank. He stopped looking down on Lin Feng. His intuition told him that the human in front of him was completely different from 3 days ago. Heartache and guilt. Deep self-blame. Lin Feng's heart felt like it was being torn apart. There was no aura. The Northern Dragon Guard was completely dead. There was no way to reverse the situation. Even so, Man Tong still did not want to let the Northern Dragon Guard go. He kept torturing the corpse. If he had come a little later, the Northern Dragon Guard might not even be able to keep his head. It's my fault. It's all my fault. If not for me, Lord Northern Dragon Guard would not have accepted his challenge. If not for me, Lord Northern Dragon Guard would not have died. Clenching his fists, Lin Feng's eyes were about to crack. Anger kept surging in his heart. He thought of how well the Northern Dragon Guard treated him. He thought of how he had always helped him. He did not have time to repay him, but now, there was no more chance. Man Tong. Lin Feng's eyes were bloodshot, and his expression was stern. Flames rose from his hands as he crazily devoured Man Tong. At this moment, Lin Feng's aura completely suppressed Man Tong. I want you to pay with your blood. Chapter 1382. There was complete silence in the spectator stands. Everyone was startled by Lin Feng's sudden appearance. Now, they were even more astonished. What was going on? Bang! Flames erupted. Man Tong's eyes were cold, but he did not say a word. He had experienced many battles, big and small. Naturally, he would not be moved. Light flashed in his hands, and 2 huge halberds appeared in his hands. They shone brightly and even smelled of blood. Man Tong had a strong body and extreme explosive power. He did not rely on luck to defeat the North Dragon Guard. However, he did feel a little scared now. Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent as he gritted his teeth. There's a reason for killing. Since you defeated the North Dragon Guard fair and square, I will also defeat you fair and square. You just fought a battle today, and you're injured. If I win, I'll definitely become a laughingstock. Even the spirit of the North Dragon Guardian would not approve of it. Let's wait until you've recovered from your injuries and reach your peak state before we fight again. I'll let you choose the time. Lin Feng's eyes were deep as he stretched his right hand forward. The flames in his hand turned into a red spear. It shone brightly, and the stellar source energy fluctuated rapidly. It was very provocative. Wow! The crowd was in an uproar. Is this kid crazy? He dares to challenge Dong Tengshou? That's right. Is he seeking death by hanging himself? Is he in a hurry to reincarnate? Stupid humans. They have too many unnecessary emotions. Do they want to avenge the North Dragon Guard? You have to weigh your own strength first. Haha, who cares? We will have a good show to watch. There was a lot of discussion and mockery, not only in Middle City, but in the entire Yin Imperial City and the Sorcerer Realm. The human race was called the weakest race. They only knew how to scheme against each other, and they had meaningless compassion and benevolence. In all the arenas in the Middle City, the human race's winning rate was close to the bottom. Human martial artists were too weak at the same level. Thus, when Lin Feng dared to challenge Man Tong, it naturally caused all the experts to laugh endlessly. But that was not the case. At this moment, there was no disdain or contempt in Man Tong's eyes. Only when they truly faced each other and fought each other would they know the strength of their opponents. Although Man Ting looked down on Lin Feng in the beginning, it was because of first impressions. However, with his strength and experience, if he still couldn't see through Lin Feng's strength, then he wouldn't be worthy of being called Dong Ting Shou. Very strong. Even if this human was not as strong as the Northern Dragon Guard, the difference was not too great. Interesting, very interesting. Man Tung's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he sneered. Patter. The gigantic halberds pointed straight at Lin Feng, facing off against the flaming spear. They did not evade at all. Man Tung's sparkling eyes were filled with deep killing intent as he said in a scorching voice, I'll fulfill your wish, human. 1 month later, I'll make you come here to be buried with that coward from Jilong Peak. It was a confrontation. Lin Feng stared straight at Man Tung and didn't care about the provocation and contempt in his words. There was no need for such a dispute. All right, I'll see you 1 month later. Lin Feng's eyes were bright as he didn't say anything else. The flames in his hands suddenly extinguished as he turned around and didn't look at Man Tung anymore. He picked up the Northern Dragon Guard's corpse, his body trembling as if his heart was bleeding. He clenched his teeth tightly and left the desperation arena step by step under the gazes of the crowd, slowly disappearing. Man Tung was left behind as he looked at Lin Feng's departing figure, his eyes shining brightly. Big news. Yin Imperial City had not been so lively in a long time. Regardless of whether it was the East City, South City, West City, or North City, they were all discussing the shocking battle between the Northern Dragon Guard and the Eastern Dragon Guard. It was extremely exciting. Although the two super experts of Yin Imperial City were only advanced Sage Kings, their battle prowess was no weaker than an ordinary Peak Sage King. This battle was earth-shattering. Man Tung's reputation had reached its peak, and he was at the top of the 16 city guards. Even the King of Hell of the East was in the limelight. On the other hand, the King of Hell of the North's reputation had fallen by a lot. As for Lin Feng's challenge, it was more of a joke. Who would believe that a weak human, who was only beginner Sage King, could compete with the advanced Sage King Man Tung? It was simply foolish. When the experts talked about this matter, they laughed it off, forgetting that Lin Feng had broken the semicircular shield of the Desperation Arena. In their subconscious, humans were too weak. Lotus Garden, is Lindigo okay? Shi Xin asked worriedly. Yes, it has been 3 days and 3 nights. Jin Ji also frowned slightly, looking into the distance from time to time. Don't worry, he is much stronger than you think. Lin Huang said softly, her beautiful eyes flashing as she looked at the lonely figure in the distance. She couldn't help but sigh softly. She could understand Lin Feng's state of mind. If she was in his shoes, she would also feel guilty and blamed herself. I didn't kill Boren, but Boren died because of me. This sentence clearly showed Lin Feng's state of mind at this moment. Kneeling in front of the grave on Ultimate Dragon Peak, Lin Feng closed his eyes, feeling an indescribable pain in his heart. Although the Northern Dragon Guard had repeatedly said that this matter had nothing to do with him, how could it be unrelated? How could he stay out of it? Sighing in his heart, Lin Feng opened his eyes. Looking at the clear handwriting on the grave, he carved it himself and dyed it with his own blood. Senior, this junior will never be able to repay your debt in this life. The only thing I can do is to avenge you, fulfill all your unfinished wishes, and bury you properly. I'm sorry, he whispered softly, filled with endless guilt. Lin Feng kowtowed 3 times, 2 lines of tears flowing from his eyes. He clenched his fists and stood up. A long spear with a coiled golden dragon appeared in his hand. The Northern Dragon Guard's treasures had all been taken by Man Tung, and the only thing left was this golden dragon spear. To a cultivator, a weapon was like a soul. If the spear existed, the person lived. If the spear died, the person died. Until his death, the Northern Dragon Guard held this golden dragon spear in his hand. His wish, his obsession, his everything was connected to this golden dragon spear. Weapons had spirits. Holding this golden dragon spear, he could almost hear the sound of weeping. It stirred the sorrow in his heart, but it also encouraged him to become stronger. Senior, I will take this spear and avenge you. If you have a spirit, please give me strength. Slap! Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he grasped the spear's handle. He slashed open a gash on his left wrist, and blood dripped from the wound onto the tip of his golden dragon spear before dripping down in an instant. However, it didn't flow to the ground, but to the spear's body. The golden dragon spear seemed to have a magnetic force, attracting the blood and solidifying it. Whoosh! Lin Feng's heart trembled, and his eyes flickered. It was the golden dragon circling the spear. At this moment, it seemed to have opened its eyes, and they shone brightly. The scales on its body flickered with an emerald green light, and its golden eyes seemed to be filled with spirit. As it circled, a clear dragon's roar seemed to resound in his ears. It was a kind of fusion from a heart. Lin Feng took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. The communication between souls, the collision between hearts. Weapons had spirits, and so did humans. The spear's name was Jilong. Pterosaur, a type of divine beast. It's a dragon-like divine beast of mixed blood. This spear was forged with the body of a pterosaur. Hence, its name Pterosaur. Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly. At this moment, a pterosaur circled around his right hand. Its eyes shone with golden light as it roared majestically. Senior Northern Dragon Guard is also a mixed blood. Half of his blood is human. Similarly, the pterosaur is the same. Although it has the noble blood of a dragon, it also has the inferior blood of a winged owl. No wonder it's so compatible. Lin Feng's heart trembled. At this moment, he had a deep understanding. It was a perfect fit. There was nothing unfamiliar about it. He had a feeling of symbiosis with his pterosaur spear. It was very familiar. However, he didn't know if it was really because the Northern Dragon Guard was watching him from the heavens, or if the pterosaur spear wanted to take revenge for its master, or if his bloodline was compatible with the pterosaur spear. None of this was important. What was important was that he knew what he had to do. Revenge. He wasn't a gentleman if he didn't take revenge. The Northern Dragon Guard treated him like family. He owed him so many favors and was taken care of by him. If he didn't take revenge for his tragic death, would he still be human? Ziyao and Yu Yin's matter wasn't urgent. Man Tung, give me a month. You will regret it. Lin Feng's eyes burned. The pterosaur spear in his hand flickered with an emerald green light. It was exceptionally dazzling. Perhaps his current strength wasn't as strong as Man Tang's. However, a lot could change in a month. Lin Feng held the pterosaur spear tightly, his eyes shining brightly. Chi, the pterosaur spear suddenly pierced out, bringing with it a terrifying green light. It was like a dragon soaring into the sky. The entire space seemed to be stirred up. An astonishing aura fluctuated, revealing the power of a heaven-grade green treasure. Lin Feng's eyes were deep as he danced with his heart. However, at this moment, the pterosaur spear paused for a moment. Lin Feng suddenly turned his head, his eyes burning. In the distance, a powerful aura descended and went straight into the Imperial Garden. Who was it? Eastern Vine Prefecture. Have you found out the details of that human? Man Tung's eyes shone with a fierce light. He seemed reckless and ignorant, but that was only on the surface. How could Man Tung, who was one of the 16 city guards, be an ordinary person? Yes, master. An earth barbarian expert below knelt on one knee and cupped his hands. Lin Feng, lord of the southern region. His strength is at the peak of the saint level. Another earth barbarian expert beside him respectfully handed over a document. Peak of the saint level? Man Tung sneered. He immediately took the document and flipped through it. Page by page, he flipped through it very quickly. Man Tung frowned coldly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. With a pa sound, he crushed the document into pieces. Idiot, what use do I have for this information? Man Tung shouted angrily. The two earth barbarians kept quiet out of fear. They were so scared that they didn't even dare to speak. Immediately, investigate again. Man Tung roared. I want combat information, not his political achievements. I don't care if he's the lord of the southern region. Go and gather all his combat information. Find out what he's good at, what he's not good at, what his strengths are, what his weaknesses are. Find out everything in detail. Yes, master. The two earth barbarians hurriedly retreated. Oomph. Man Tongue snorted angrily, his face twisted. His eyes shone with a fierce light, and the veins on his face bulged. Although he was very confident in this battle, he wanted a 100% chance of winning, just like the North Dragon Guard. He wouldn't allow any accidents. Chapter 1383. Swish! Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Clang! The winged dragon spear in his hand seemed to have come alive, and a dragon's roar resounded. The changes in the spear's energy caused a green dragon to appear, circling around the winged dragon spear. Its golden eyes flashed with a dazzling luster, and its aura was majestic. Lin Feng looked in the direction of the winged dragon spear's eyes and instantly felt a terrifying aura whistling towards him. Its speed was extremely fast. No, that's not right. Lin Feng's expression changed. His heart trembled, and he instantly felt two more auras, one on the left and one on the right, slowly appear. Different from the aura in front of him, the auras on the left and right did not have any profound power, or rather, battle intent. However, the aura in front of him was different. The shocking battle intent even contained a lofty killing intent, and it was directed at him. Who was it? Why did it have killing intent towards him? Furthermore, it was in the Royal Lotus Garden. Wasn't this the Northern Dragon Guard's territory? Even if a person died like a lamp being extinguished, it shouldn't be calculated like this, right? Lin Feng's eyes burned, and a nameless fire rose in his heart. To him, seeing the Northern Dragon Guard die with his own eyes was already extremely painful and guilty. He wanted to, but he didn't have the strength. Now that the Northern Dragon Guard had just died, there was already someone who wanted to take his property. This was even more unbearable. Punk! The aura exploded, and Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. Self-state. The vast star pupil and vast star pupil's coordination had already reached perfection, as if they were one. Under the self-state, the vast star pupil and vast star pupil were much stronger than before. Like a spear technique, he became more proficient in using them. The self-state was also a kind of technique, a kind of ability, and it could even be said that it was a state of fusion. Sparks flew in all directions. The killing intent rose rapidly. Chi, the figure in front of him, appeared in the blink of an eye. It was a figure like light, and its speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to see the figure clearly. It flew past like a butterfly, but a terrifying killing intent exploded from the two piercing lights. Cold lights sparkled, and along with the shocking aura, two semicircular cold blades pierced out. Chi! It was fast and ruthless, leaving no room for maneuver. Huh! Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly as the flames of rebirth enveloped his body. Facing the attack, he did not dodge. Under his gaze, the enemy in front of him had nowhere to hide. It was a female elf with wings. She looked both like a cicada and a human. She looked harmless, but the killing intent that shot out from her eyes was very real. His attacks were not for show. Provoking fire, Lin Feng shouted. He didn't immediately use his full strength, not only because he hadn't fully grasped the elven woman's strength, but also because, on the left and right, there were two mysterious experts. He was even stronger than the female elf. This was especially so for the existence on the left, whose aura was faintly discernible. His strength was even stronger than the North Dragon Guards. Who is it? What are they doing here? Lin Feng pondered. However, he didn't have an answer right now. He had to first face this extremely fast elf girl. Her speed was not only her flying speed, but also her turning speed. Her attacks were also as fast as lightning. Two cold blades went straight for his arms. Bang! Star Source energy collided with Star Source energy. The flames exploded upon contact. Lin Feng's eyes were cold. The flames changed according to his will. Although he couldn't make the two cold blades disappear, he just happened to offset their momentum. Lin Feng's body slanted strangely, dodging by a hair's breadth. The two cold blades brushed past his arms, but they couldn't hurt him at all. Oomph. A dissatisfied voice sounded in his ears. It was obviously very disappointed. In an instant, clouds rise. Lin Feng was calm. Even though he was using his main body, the feeling of the spear move was clear and smooth. Regardless of whether it was his clone or his main body, he was already familiar with the spear move clouds rise. The only difference was that the realm of the spear technique was different, and the level of the spear technique was different. Right now, his main body spear technique was indeed not as good as his clones. However, his main body was at the Saint King level. Moreover, the martial god's advantage over the war god was that the martial god's origin energy would appear on the weapon. Bang! The flames sparkled. Although Lin Feng had used the spear move clouds rise, a shocking flame appeared on his winged dragon spear. Not only that, the power of the flames seemed to have touched the soul of the winged dragon spear. Following the dazzling green light, the winged dragon that was originally circling around the winged dragon spear suddenly roared out. Ferocious, shocking. The green light mixed with the golden light. The winged dragon spear's power was greatly displayed. Ah! A delicate shout came from the front. It was the elf girl. She was completely caught off guard by Lin Feng's counterattack. Not only did he avoid her attack and block her path, he even found her weakness in a short moment. Clang! The elf girl closed her wings, and a light shield appeared in front of her. The light shield wasn't big, but the elf girl's body wasn't big either. Pong! They collided. The flame carried the might of the winged dragon spear, and the concept of the spear move clouds rise. The three attacks arrived in an instant and stacked on top of each other, directly shattering the light shield that flickered with a weak red light. Lin Feng's attack contained 80% of his strength. He didn't hold back at all. This was how he treated his enemies. Even though this female elf looked harmless, her murderous intent towards him was genuine. Moreover, other than her, there were two other mysterious experts. Ah! A pitiful cry rang out. The elf girl's light shield shattered. Although there wasn't much energy left, it was enough to make her suffer. However, this was just a small touch. To Lin Feng, the real battle, the real opportunity, had just begun. Blood Phoenix. Lin Feng's eyes flashed coldly. The bloodlight was completely exposed. His body exploded with a terrifying power, instantly increasing the power of the flames. The blood-colored phoenix behind him let out a high-pitched cry. The star source energy mixed with the Tao of the constellations. At this moment, it rapidly improved. His strength rose like a ladder, extremely fast and violent. His strength exploded. Fight! No matter who the opponent was, he didn't hesitate. Lin Feng's eyes burned with light. His willpower was extremely firm. However, two static auras suddenly exploded from the left and right. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Very strong. What he sensed was extremely strong. The mysterious expert on the right was no weaker than the North Dragon Guard, and the mysterious expert on the left was even more unfathomable. It was as if they were telling him that if he dared to attack again, they would join the battle. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. He hesitated in his heart, and his movements slowed down. At this moment, a loud voice rang out from the left. Let's stop here. The voice was very calm and didn't have any killing intent. It was as if a superior was speaking. Lin Feng was slightly startled. He didn't know what it meant. At this moment, the elf girl's cheeks were red. The wings on her back kept flapping. The killing intent in her eyes didn't decrease. Instead, it increased. She snorted, "I don't want to." As she spoke, she attacked again like a bolt of lightning. Her speed and agility were more than 20% better than the previous time. As expected, that wasn't her true strength. Lin Feng secretly moved. The rebirth flame quickly shone. Defense, preparation, everything was smooth and smooth. He wasn't afraid of her. Although the elf girl was strong, she was inferior to the North Dragon Guard. The flame was terrifying. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. At this moment, the color of the flame's light had changed. He was using his true strength. Since the other party was so aggressive, he didn't need to show mercy. It wouldn't be too late to talk about it after the battle. Ha! The winged girl's figure suddenly stopped. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He saw a trace of panic on that delicate and beautiful face. The winged girl seemed to be surrounded by sealed space. At this moment, the winged girl couldn't break free at all. She was like a bird in a cage. Even someone as strong as her was restrained by one move. This is... Lin Feng's eyes shone as he turned his head. On his left, a tall and sturdy man in luxurious clothes stepped out with his hands behind his back. His eyes flashed with a trace of displeasure as he looked at the winged girl. "Don't you understand what I said?" His voice was loud and deep, and it had an irresistible force. The winged girl's panicked expression contained a trace of fear. However, when she looked at Lin Feng, she was still angry. "He killed Brother Long." Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Brother Long? Could it be? Lin Feng's eyes flickered. He looked at the winged girl and seemed to understand something. He looked at the tall and sturdy man in luxurious clothes on the left. Then he looked to the right. It was a man with a sage-like demeanor. Strangely, the weapon in his hand was very rare. It was a snow-white horsetail whisk. 2 men and 1 woman. Their strength was similar to the North Dragon Guard's. The winged girl was the weakest. The horsetail whisk was similar to the North Dragon Guard's strength. As for the man in luxurious clothes, the strongest. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. He suddenly understood. "Greetings, lords." After looking at the 3 people, Lin Feng looked at the man in luxurious clothes on the left. Whether it was in terms of strength or aura, it was obvious that he was the undisputed boss of the 3. The North City had 4 city guards. The North Dragon Guard was one of them. Naturally, there were 3 others. He had forgotten that the North Dragon Guard had mentioned that without his permission, no one could enter the Imperial Garden as they pleased. However, these 3 people could enter and leave as they pleased. It was obvious that they were close friends with the North Dragon Guard. Moreover, the 3 of them were very strong. Most importantly, and what shocked him the most was, they all have the bloodline of humans? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Whether it was the elf girl who had sneak attacked him, the sage-like horsetail whisk, or the tall and sturdy man in luxurious clothes, they all had something in common with the North Dragon Guard. One of them might be a coincidence. However, if all 3 or 4 of them were the same, it was definitely not a coincidence. The North City must be special. Lin Feng thought to himself. At this moment, the tall and sturdy man in luxurious clothes nodded and said, "You are smart. No wonder Long Feng wants to protect you. My little sister offended you just now. Don't take it to heart. She had a good relationship with Long Feng since she was young. Long Feng's death saddened her, so she was a little emotional." Long Feng, Pure Dragon Peak. Lin Feng naturally knew the name of the North Dragon Guard. It was just as he had expected. These 3 people were the other 3 city guards of the North City, who were as famous as the North Dragon Guard. However, what were they doing here? Lin Feng's eyes flickered. Chapter 1384. Let me introduce myself. The well-dressed man smiled. "Li Chan, you can call me Bailey Shou." Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he bowed slightly. Bailey Shou. This Bailey Shou, Li Chan, did not have any enmity towards him, just like how a senior would treat junior. North Chiu Shou Chiu Tianji. Li Chan pointed at the sage-like Taoist priest Fu Chun. Compared to the title of North Chiu Shou, he prefers to be called Tianji Zhenren. Tianji Zhenren. Lin Feng said respectfully. If others were to take a step forward, he would take a step back. If others were to treat him with respect, he would definitely treat them with respect. Moreover, they were the same as the North Dragon Show. They were both governors of the North City and seemed to have a good relationship with the North Dragon Show. This included the elf lady who wanted to kill him. Although she was impulsive, as the Bailey Show said, it was because she was the closest to the North Dragon Show. It was understandable that she would be agitated when her family died. No one was perfect. Moreover, to a certain extent, he was responsible for the death of the North Dragon show. Little sister, Guiduo. Li Chan's eyes narrowed as he pulled and loosened his hands, instantly releasing the elf lady from her restraints. The latter's face was still angry, but she seemed to be afraid of Li Chan and did not dare to act rashly. She only crossed her arms and snorted, her face as cold as ice. Li Chan frowned slightly and said slowly, Bei Guoshuo is too young and is the last disciple of Master, so everyone dotes on her too much. I can understand Bei Guoshuo's feelings. Lin Feng said softly. What do you know? Guiduo became even more agitated when she heard this. She turned around and widened her eyes as beads of tears fell uncontrollably. Brother Long would not have died. It's all because of you, because of you. As she spoke, she choked and her eyebrows furrowed. The murderous intent in her eyes intensified as she gritted her teeth and said angrily, I'm going to kill you. Enough. Li Chan suddenly shouted, his eyebrows raised. His voice was like a bell, and his aura was so strong that Guiduo's face turned pale. She bit her lips until they were incomparably pale. Others are giving you a handicap, so you're going to take a handicap. How dare you? Is this how your master taught you? Li Chan's eyes were like torches as he reprimanded Guo Wu. Dragon Peak's brother is our brother. Didn't you see that he was already merciful to you? You still don't know when to stop. With a heavy snort, the entire space seemed to vibrate. Guo Lao's small face turned pale. His eyes were filled with fear as he staggered backward. Lin Feng was slightly shocked, but he could feel that the strength of this North Dragon Guard Li Chan was extremely strong. A Peak Saint King was comparable to a Magus King. Amazing. Lin Feng's eyes shone. They were both city guards, but their strengths were vastly different. Neither the Northern Longs Ho nor Reverend Tianji could compare to the Northern Li Shou in terms of strength, let alone this Guiqiu. The strength of the Northern Separation Guard, Li Chan, was indeed much weaker than the Witch Emperor Jiang, the Demon Clan commander, and even the Bull Demon. However, he felt that his strength was almost on par with Gushang. In other words, he had the power of an ordinary Magus King, and he was only one of the 16 city guards. Above the city guards, there are the 4 kings of hell. Above them, there is the existence of the emperor, the real emperor of Yin Imperial City, the leader of the neutral race alliance, Tianling. Lin Feng's heart trembled. At this moment, he felt that the strength of Tianling was deeper than he had imagined. One had to know that Yin Imperial City was not the only one. In the Magus realm, there were as many as 3 such imperial cities. In other words, there were as many as 3 emperors of Tianling. Just how powerful would they be, and what kind of changes would they make to the entire Do spirit world? All of these, everything was still an unknown. No wonder the neutral races are still alive after the 2 war of the liches and demons, Lin Feng thought. Without enough strength, they would have been swallowed by these 2 strong races. The fact that they were still alive was enough to prove the strength of Tianling. A third party. This third party hidden in every corner of the Douling world is stronger than I imagined. Lin Feng said softly. According to the records, the existence of Tianling was actually just a name. There was no real, centralized distribution of power. Like the demon race, where all the races were grouped together, there were 4 royal races, 5 royal races, and 12 demon stars. Tianling was different. Although there were 8,000 neutral races, there were very few of them. Some of them only had double digits or even single digits. Most importantly, the conflicts and hostility between these neutral races were too serious. It was very different from the demon race. The power of the demon race was like a pyramid. Although there were conflicts between them, they were not serious. Tianling, on the other hand, was in a circle. Everyone was mixed together. Other things aside, just the divine beast race and the ferocious beast race that he often saw were natural enemies. They would kill each other when they saw each other. However, the demon race and the Magus race are unable to shake the existence of Tianling, but I may have a chance. Maybe the independent southern region will have a chance to develop and plan. Lin Feng was deep in thought. Not to mention anything else, just based on what he saw, the 4 city guards in North City all had human bloodlines. He would not believe that there was no secret in this. On the other side, Lin Feng was secretly thinking. On the other side, Bailey Shou was the good cop, and Perfected Heavenly Secrets was the good cop. Guo Wu's emotions gradually calmed down. She bit her lips lightly, still feeling a little indignant. Her gaze was filled with hostility, but at least she no longer had the killing intent from before. "Brother Lin, I'm sorry," Li Chan said apologetically. "It's all right." Lin Feng smiled faintly. "May I know why the 3 of you are here? Is it related to Bei Long's show or this Lotus Imperial Garden?" Li Chan nodded gently. Although the movement was small, Lin Feng saw it and said, "I understand. Please give me 2 hours. I will move away immediately." Pretentious. A coquettish snort sounded. It was Guo Wu who was speaking coldly. Li Chan furrowed her brows slightly. She glanced to the side, and the latter pouted in a fit of pique. She turned her face away and did not look over. "Brother Lin, I'm sorry you misunderstood." Li Chan smiled and said slowly, "This matter is indeed related to the Lotus Imperial Garden, but it's not asking you to move away. According to Long Feng's last wish, he gave this Lotus Imperial Garden to you. In other words, this place is now yours." "What?" Lin Feng was shocked. He could not believe it. "This." Lin Feng's expression changed. "I'm ashamed to accept it." "That's right. I wonder what kind of bewitching potion he gave Brother Long," Guo Wu said softly. Li Chan said softly, "This is Long Feng's last wish. It's written clearly in his will. As a senior brother, I have the obligation to help him settle all his affairs. Before coming, I've already completed the procedures for the Lotus Imperial Garden and transfer it to your name. Even the white crystal token that you hold no longer belongs to Long Feng. Instead, it belongs to you." Lin Feng's heart trembled. Indeed, what did he do to deserve it? He had only met the Northern Longsho by chance. After entering Yin Imperial City, he had received favors from him time and time again. Now, even in death, he was still thinking for him. But what had he done for him? Wait. Lin Feng's expression changed. His eyes shone as he looked at Li Chan. "You said a will. The Northern Longsho left a will? He knew that he would die in this duel?" The Northern Longsho's body was buried by himself. He died in the deathmatch arena. Other than Man Tung, no one else came into contact with him. In other words, if the will was real, it had been written before the duel. Li Chan's eyes shone as he nodded. Huff, huff, Lin Feng's chest was panting. His heart was beating rapidly. He had thought that the Northern Longsho fought with the heart of a martial artist. But now, it seemed like that was not the case. Could it be that what Li Chan said was true? That the Northern Longsho died because of him? Then how sinful would his sins be? Don't think too much. Li Chan's words pulled Lin Feng's heart up. Looking at Lin Feng, Li Chan said slowly, "Although I don't know why Long Feng agreed to the duel, his strength was on par with Mantung. It was normal for one to die. It was reasonable for him to leave a will just in case." Lin Feng clenched his fists, trembling. Although that was the case, he could not escape from the responsibility of the Northern Longsho's death. He had to bear this responsibility. He had to avenge this grudge. Li Chan looked at Lin Feng and changed the topic. "I have to thank you for picking up Long Feng's body in the deathmatch arena and letting him rest in peace. If you did not help, Mantung's plan would have succeeded." Li Chan's eyes were filled with sadness. Lin Feng immediately understood. At that time, Bei Li and the other two must have been there too. However, it seemed that the three of them could not interfere because of their identities. No wonder Mantung had been humiliating and torturing the Northern Longsho after his death. He dared to act recklessly just to lure the snake out of its hole. If Bailey had not told him, he would not have known. "I thought you were impulsive before, so you challenged Mantung." Bailey Shou smiled. "But now I understand. You do have a strength." His voice was soft, but it expressed a kind of affirmation. Lin Feng was enlightened. He finally understood. It turned out that Guo Wu's attack was authorized by Bailey Shou. They did not stop him because they wanted to test his strength. Otherwise, Guo Wu would not have dared to be so presumptuous. This Bailey Shou was very scheming. He was not simple. I don't believe that he is stronger than Brother Long, Guowu snorted. 1 month later, let's see how he will die. Not necessarily. Daoist Tianji, who had been silent all this time, looked at Guowu with a smile. Although this kid is young, he is much stronger than you. Even if he is not as strong as the Northern Long's Ho, at least the gap is not big. 1 month later, he might have a chance of winning against Mantong. Li Chan smiled faintly and nodded. Let's make a bet, Lin Feng. Li Chan said slowly. Lin Feng was stunned. 1 month later, if you defeat Mantong, then the position of city guard that was left after Longfeng's death. Li Chan looked at Lin Feng with a bright gaze. It will be yours. Chapter 1385. After a round of interaction and conversation. From the probing to the end to the departure, it only took a few words. However, to Lin Feng, this encounter was quite shocking. He couldn't calm down for a long time, and he couldn't get over it. Was there something fishy about Bei Longshou's death? What did the Northly Show mean by promising him the position of mayor? Pursing his lips, Lin Feng was at a loss for words. Even though the three mayor were here, the only one who truly interacted with him was Bailey Shou. However, he could not see through him. This man was like an unfathomable lake. He could not tell whether he was righteous or evil towards him. Although Guowu's attack was partly due to her own emotions, it was mostly because Bailey Shou used her as a sword. A probing sword. Guowu's killing intent was extremely strong. Bailey Shou did not have any intention of stopping her. He only appeared after Guowu was pushed back. It seemed like he was teaching Guowu a lesson, but he was actually protecting her and easing the tension between them. Occasionally, he would reveal his strength. Similarly, it felt like he was attacking the east and attacking the west. If I was not strong enough and could not defeat Guowu, then now, what would it be like? Lin Feng's eyes brightened as he pondered. Would Bailey Shou help him? He did not know. Closing his eyes, Lin Feng calmed down. All his thoughts faded away bit by bit. In his mind, it was as if a phoenix had appeared. The brilliant fiery red color was mixed with the resplendent starlight. The flames blended together. The Tao of constellation was like a small stream, washing away all the impurities. After a long time, opening his eyes, Lin Feng calmed down. What Bailey Shou meant, whether the position of mayor was his or not, it was not important at all. What was important was the battle in a month. The battle with Mantong. To be honest, he was still inferior to Bei Long's Ho, and was even inferior to Bei Long's Ho. Instead of thinking about those complicated schemes, it was better to simply be himself. In terms of experience, he was too young. In terms of experience, he could not be compared to those old foxes. In terms of intelligence, he was not good enough. Not to mention Shun. Even Qian Lianhuang was much better than him. Why bother? In the Douling world, everything was fake. Only strength. This was the truth. 1 month. I only have 1 month. I can't say that I'm stronger than Man Tong, but I can't be weaker than him. I cannot lose this duel. Lin Feng's gaze was solemn. It wasn't that he was afraid of death, but that he didn't want to lose, and was even more unwilling to lose. Because this time, he was not only representing himself, but also the dead North Dragon Guard. Clang! The winged dragon spear in his hand vibrated slightly as Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The obsession in his heart was incomparably firm. Jin Ji and Shi Zhixin had long since started cultivating on their own. Lin Feng found Qian Lianhuang and explained to her what had happened. Then, he went to pay his respects to Bei Long's Ho and entered the Fire Palace of the Five Elements Palace. This was a place specially designed for fire attribute cultivators to cultivate. The fire source here was quite rich, and there was even a rare Saint King Great Earth Core fire. In human territory, this was basically impossible to see. However, the Sorcerer Realm was where the essence of the entire Douling world was gathered. As for the 3 imperial cities, they occupied the essence of the Sorcerer Realm. The small imperial garden was not simple. Just the fire palace alone was extraordinary. It was not inferior to the density of spirit chi in the Stepping Star Mansion. It's connected to the volcanoes. The earth core fire here is quite strong. Cultivating underground will definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Even here, it's a rare cultivation treasure. Lin Feng clicked his tongue and sighed. Although it was incomparably hot, he felt unusually comfortable. Although one's own talent was important, the cultivation conditions in the outside world could not be underestimated. It was related to one's cultivation speed and whether one could fully unleash one's talent. Other than the heavenly fire space, this was definitely the best place to cultivate the fire source that he had seen. There was no other. It's a pity that a small part of the heavenly fire space has not been absorbed. Even so, my devouring fire has already reached the 83rd level, and I've been absorbing and refining it for a long time. I wonder if the intensity of the flames in the deepest part of the earth core fire is comparable to the heavenly fire space. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he thought to himself. Looking at the bottomless abyss not far away, the flame appeared like a soaring dragon and rushed down without hesitation. With his current body in control of flames, even the earth core fire at the peak of the Saint King level could not hurt him at all. After all, there was a huge difference in power between an ownerless flame and an ownerless flame. Shuttling, Lin Feng's eyes were calm. He threw himself into the vast sea of flames. The flame of rebirth appeared around his body and easily separated the other flames. Bang! Bang! The flames were bright. When the flame of rebirth and the earth core fire came into contact, it was obvious who had the upper hand. In terms of defense, the devouring fire was far from being comparable to the flame of rebirth. In terms of cohesion, resistance, and toughness, the flame of rebirth displayed the ability of a top-grade flame. Its consumption and dependence on star source energy was also much lower than the devouring fire. Rushing down, Lin Feng's eyes were deep and his expression was calm. He sensed that there were many rare ores buried deep in the ground, and many of them were very valuable. However, to him now, these are just fleeting clouds. He had more than enough star crystals, and even an earth-grade black-grade treasure was priceless. Moreover, he had a heaven-grade treasure, a truly priceless treasure. Perhaps in the past, his eyes would have lit up when he came to such a treasure, but now, it was like chewing wax. With different strength, one's vision would be different. The devouring fire is at the 83rd level, not far from the 84th level. As long as there is enough Saint King level earth core fire, the power of the devouring fire will double in no time. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he thought to himself. The improvement of strength was accumulated bit by bit. To him, in the Phoenix constellation, flames were the foundation. Many star techniques focused on flames, and so did the mysteries. For example, Blood Phoenix. The stronger the foundation, the more terrifying the power. If you can see it, get it first. Lin Feng said. Mysteries, star techniques, heaven-grade treasures, and even the Shield of Truth were all full of variables. Now that he only had a month, all he could do was to grasp the power that he could see and touch, increase his strength bit by bit, and achieve a stable improvement. After all, the difference in strength between him and the North Dragon Guard was not big, and it was the same for the Man-Tongue. There was no need to stake everything. He went deeper and deeper. The energy of the origin of fire was increasing continuously. He could no longer feel any aura in the air. The existence of the origin of fire had covered everything. The closer he got to the deepest part of the earth core fire, the thicker the flames. Lin Feng's eyes focused as he looked at the bottom of the flames. There was still no end. At this moment, the power of the flames had reached the peak of the saint level. However, the power of the flames without an owner would be reduced by about 1 level. To the Saint King level rebirth fire, it was nothing. Although it would consume a little, the rebirth fire would be replenished every moment, and the recovery speed was more than 10 million times faster than the consumption speed. Whoosh! Lin Feng was extremely fast. As he got closer and closer, his heart became calmer. But suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. and his speeding figure suddenly stopped. His astonishing physique was fully displayed. Even if he was running at high speed, he could still completely stabilize his body. He stood there like a pine tree, not moving at all. Lin Feng's eyes lit up slightly. Not far away, he saw red grass fluttering with the flames. They were sparkling and translucent. As the flames passed by, they seemed to want to burn the red grass, but they were easily dodged. What an interesting flame grass. They were densely packed and covered the entire area. Supreme fire grass? Lin Feng muttered softly. He clearly recognized it. Back in the ancient southern region, he had found many supreme fire grass. At that time, he had thought that it was a star fruit or a wood spirit. However, it was too wishful thinking, and his knowledge was shallow. In the Royal Dragon Garden's library, he had learned that it was not a flame grass, but a supreme fire grass. Although it had the word grass in its name, it was not a wood spirit, but a star fruit. It was the predecessor of the supreme fire silkworm. What a dense number. Such a dense growth trend. Supreme fire silkworms grow in places with the strongest fire energy. I forgot. Lin Feng smiled calmly. He was in a good mood. He needed 3 main materials to refine the heaven-ranked astral treasure Qi, and the one he lacked the most was the supreme fire silkworm. However, there were many of them here. If it was him in the past, he might not have stopped for these supreme fire grass. He would have continued to explore the earth core fire. However, after his time in the library, he had gained a lot of experience. He understood that the supreme fire silkworm's origin was none other than these unremarkable supreme fire grass. Looking at the density here, I wonder how many supreme fire silkworms there are. At least 10 times the number in the ancient southern region. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Hua! His body turned, and he changed direction. He directly stepped over the supreme fire grass and did not pick them. Perhaps these supreme fire grass were saint-rank existences without an owner and had many uses and values. However, compared to the supreme fire silkworm it would transform into in the future, the difference was huge. There was no need to waste resources and dig 3 feet into the ground. Whoosh! Lin Feng moved diagonally, his eyes burning. Soon, he saw even more supreme fire grass in front of him. There were very few without branches. Most of them had 2 branches, but there were also some with 3 branches. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He smiled calmly. As expected, the supreme fire grass grows in a trapezoidal manner. He continued walking. It was still not time to pick them. Lin Feng calmly continued walking deeper. The deeper he went, the more branches the supreme fire grass had, and the higher the quality. From 3 branches to 4 branches, and then to 5 branches. This was the growth trend of the supreme fire grass. It was also a kind of gradual increase and accumulation of energy. It was like a magical beast growing from infancy to adulthood, growing bit by bit. And then, Hua! Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he landed. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Chapter 1386. As far as he could see, there were dense dots of light. They existed in the flames and were very small, but he could see them clearly and feel them deeply. Looking back, the dots of light were getting bigger and bigger. Some of them were wriggling, while others were about to break out of their cocoons. There were at least a few hundred of them, and at the innermost part, there were segmented worms. They were like silkworms, white and fat, but there was a strange flame color on their bodies. They were not afraid of the flames at all. Even Saint King-level flames were nothing to them. It was as if they were the embodiment of flames. Some of them were even greedily devouring the flames. These strange worms were the spiritual item he was looking for everywhere, extreme fire silkworms. There were a lot of them. Not counting the dots of light, there were at least a few hundred of them. And counting all the dots of light, the number of extreme fire silkworms was even more terrifying. The extreme fire silkworms here had been nurtured for countless years. Compared to the ancient southern region, the difference was like the moon and the stars. The number of extreme fire silkworms here was unbelievable. Extreme fire silkworm, a special spiritual item. It is nurtured by the extreme firegrass. From 2 branches to 3, then 4, then 5, finally forming an extreme fire cocoon, slowly nurturing the extreme fire silkworm, like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon. According to the book, the extreme fire cocoon can be considered the 6 branches of the extreme firegrass, and the extreme fire silkworm is the 7 branches. It is also the only spiritual item form. The extreme fire silkworm does not have true intelligence. It is a spiritual item's instinct. As it grows, it will slowly absorb the flames. Then, it will grow old and become a seed of the extreme firegrass, forming a complete cycle. Lin Feng's eyes shone. The description of the extreme fire silkworm appeared in his mind, leaving a deep impression. It was because this was the main ingredient he was looking for. He did not lack heavenly crystals, and he also had a lot of divine beast blood essences. Moreover, he wanted to try vicious beast blood essences, sorcerer origin souls, and other materials to see if they could replace the main ingredient and change the astral treasure chi. Only the extreme fire silkworm was unique. To him, this was the most important main ingredient, and now it was right in front of him. This time, he had unintentionally planted a willow tree, and he had profited greatly from it. Soon, all of the extreme fire silkworms were in his bag. Lin Feng saw that there were still many extreme fire cocoons, but he had no intention of taking them away. These extreme fire silkworms alone were enough for him to squander for a while. If he took away the extreme fire cocoons, it would be the same as breaking the chain that kept the extreme fire silkworms alive. In any case, this place was his now. He could come and take it whenever he wanted. There was no need to rush. What a timely reign. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. With this, he would be able to refine a large batch of the astral treasure chi. Following the increase in success rate, the strength of the southern region's saints would greatly increase. Every astral treasure, Hung 1, signified a powerful saint rank existence. Without mentioning anything else, doubling the southern region's overall strength was completely not a problem. But these were all matters for the future. At this moment, he naturally had to focus on the battle in the Desperation Arena a month from now. Everything else, including searching for Ziyao, had to be put aside for now. He had to win. Otherwise, not only would he be unable to avenge the Northern Dragon Guard, his main body would also die. In the death arena, only one person survived. Fight to the death. The search for the extreme fire silkworm was just an interlude. To Lin Feng, it only took him 15 minutes to do so. After making a circle, he quickly returned to the main path and rushed towards the depths of the earth core fire. The journey was smooth and safe. Even when he reached the Saint King level earth core fire level, the power of the flames increased once again. However, this time, Lin Feng did not only rely on the rebirth flame. The appearance of the fire calming pearl blossomed with light. Just relying on the rebirth flame at full speed was already a bit dangerous. The consumption was huge. Saint King level flames were very different from Saint level flames. Even if it was a low-level Saint King level flame, it was clearly a Saint King level flame. It was a qualitative change. The rebirth flame had no problem resisting it. However, as he rushed, the amount of earth core fire he came in contact with every moment was enormous. With the fire calming pearl, there was no harm in being prepared. The fire calming pearl continuously absorbed the earth core fire, its light shining brightly. A heaven-ranked treasure. Even if it was not compatible, it still had its abilities. If his clone used the fire calming pearl, it would avoid the flames. If his main body used the fire calming pearl, it would absorb the flames. The fire calming pearl absorbed both Saint level and Saint King level flames. However, there was naturally a difference in the speed of absorption. It was like the size of a bottle. So, Lin Feng went deeper and deeper. The pressure of the rebirth flame was increasing. The speed of consumption and the speed of recovery were slowly approaching. Then it was a stalemate. In the end, the speed of consumption even surpassed the speed of recovery. Chua! Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He had no choice but to slow down. However, he did not look troubled at all. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a satisfied smile. Because at this time, the surrounding flames were no longer low-level Saint King level. They were middle-level Saint King level. Most importantly, he had not reached the bottom yet. The flames here are already comparable to the flames in the heavenly fire space. Lin Feng smiled in satisfaction. He looked down and still could not see the end. After a slight hesitation, he stopped. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. In an instant, his eyes lit up. The fire calming pearl and the rebirth flame disappeared without a trace. The terrifying and ferocious devouring flame appeared in the blink of an eye. The extreme absorption and refining power allowed these earth core flames to truly experience the power of the top flames at this moment. What? This? In an instant, the surroundings were cleared. How domineering was the devouring flame? Although its defensive power was not as good as the rebirth flame, its offensive power was far superior. Moreover, the rebirth flame had only just entered the Saint King level, while the devouring flame had already reached the 83rd level. Compared to the 80th level, its power was 8 times more. Lin Feng's body moved as the devouring flames surged once more. With him as the center point, it was like a giant absorber eliminating all the surrounding flames. The power of the devouring flame erupted again. Although this was not the heavenly fire space and the grade of the flames was not as good as the heavenly fire, the middle-level Saint King level flames made up for the lack of grade. The middle-level Saint King level earth core flame and the lower-level Saint King level heavenly fire were almost equal in power. After all, for the earth core flame to reach the Saint King level, it was not ordinary. Absorbing from the bottom up is not as efficient as absorbing from the top down, step by step. Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly. The best absorption area for his rebirth flame was here. Not only was there a lot of it, but the conversion was also fast. Indeed, this place reflected his own strength. Just like how a cultivator picked up a weapon, what he needed to pick up was not how heavy the weapon was, but what he could bear. Only in this way could he unleash 120% of his strength. I wonder how deep it is. Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly. As he continued to absorb, he was also very curious. However, the improvement of his strength was more important than his curiosity. First, I will cultivate the devouring flame to the 84th level and double the power of my offensive flames. We will talk about the rest in the future. Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly. Lin Feng's cultivation had officially begun. At this moment, in Yin Imperial City, news of the great disparity in strength battle had spread everywhere. In various restaurants, tea houses, markets, and other places, people were talking about it. Have you heard? That human Lin Feng is the disciple of Beilong's Ho. It's true. No wonder he was so excited the last time. So he saw his master get killed. However, even Beilong's Ho was not Dong Tongshou's match. How could his disciple win? The North City is too cowardly. Dong Tongshou killed one of their city guards, but they did nothing. Who said they did nothing? Didn't they send someone to challenge him? Are you kidding? That human kid? Big news. The bets are open in the Middle City. Everyone go. Really? There are bets for such a disparity in strength? Damn, what are the odds for Dong Tongshou to win? What? 1-1. 78? Are you kidding me? It's true. Let's go. If we're late, we won't even get 1-1. 1. I don't know which idiot bet a huge sum of Wu coins on Lin Feng. TSK. Now all the gamblers in Middle City are crazy. They're all fighting like crazy. I just bet all my money, and the odds just dropped a little. It's so awesome. Damn. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Crazy. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. What was originally an insignificant battle suddenly became a hot topic. There was something fishy behind it, and no one knew. Dong Tung Prefecture. A huge bet at the Middle City betting office? Mantung's eyes were cold. Yes, master. The Earth Barbarian expert said seriously. Master, you didn't have any bets at all. Who would have thought that a mysterious person would suddenly bet a large amount of Wu coins, causing your odds to jump to the normal ratio of 1. 8. Oh, so what's the situation now? Manting said calmly. It's caused a big sensation. The Earth Barbarian expert replied. Countless experts have poured into the middle city to bet. Master, your odds have plummeted, and now it's almost 1-1. 3. Interesting, Mantung said calmly. I was afraid that this battle wouldn't attract enough attention, so I've been sending people to spread rumors, trying to push this battle up. Mantung sneered and said slowly, I didn't expect that a stupid rich man would help me. Master, could there be a conspiracy? The Earth Barbarian expert asked suspiciously. Don't worry. Mantung's eyes were deep, and he was full of confidence. I know this kid's strength like the back of my hand. Although he's a Saint King, he's only a beginner Saint King. He's not even as strong as Jilong Feng. Let's see how much trouble he can cause in just 1 month. Moreover, Manting paused and smiled. I didn't just gain fame by killing Jilong Feng this time, and his signature heaven-grade treasure is now in my hands. A mere human is not worth mentioning. Chapter 1387. During the Third War of the Shamans and Demons, the demon race had officially invaded. They did not gather as many soldiers as they did in the beginning. The current demon race was more like a disorganized army than a sorcerer tribe. They swept across the inland region of the Doling world like locusts. The demon kings and demon stars were bloodthirsty. They were like wild horses that had escaped their reins. They were extremely crazy. Furthermore, the various demon armies were intentionally competing with each other in terms of battle achievements. Their morale was high. They did not take the sorcerer tribe seriously at all. Corpses were everywhere. The 3 major human races were in great danger. Especially the human clan and the ancient clan, who had lost their barrier, were scared out of their wits. They didn't know when a monster clan would attack the human clan. The experts of the 8 Territory Alliance were in a state of chaos. Everyone was in a state of panic. The warriors who had fled to the 8 Territory Alliance from the southern region regretted their decision. What could they do? They could not do anything. The so-called Alliance Masters and Deputy Alliance Masters of the 8 Major Human Alliance did not have any concrete measures other than saying some words. None. Although countless human experts had gathered to prepare for resistance. Without the participation of the Sorcerer tribe and the ancient race, it was undoubtedly like hitting a rock with an egg. In the entire 8 Major Human Alliance, there was not even one King Sage expert. If the demon race attacked, what would the outcome be? It was hard to imagine. The 8 Major Human Alliance was in chaos. There were many complaints, not only the experts, but also the hearts of the people. They were all scattered. The human race was fearful. The ancient race was wary. The sorcerer tribe retreated. The demon race was in high spirits, especially the 4 demon emperors. They had lost the commander competition. Their status and reputation had plummeted. However, this time, they had made a beautiful comeback. While the new commander was recuperating from his injuries, the 4 demon emperors worked together with the Kuei Tianyuan to rebuild their reputation. A new emperor brings in new courtiers. Now, the reputation of the new commander had completely fallen. The battle with the sorcerer King Jiang had caused him to fall from heaven to hell. His reputation had been damaged greatly. Humans were very realistic. The demon race was the same. They would listen to whoever was stronger and could lead them to victory. In terms of strategy and leadership, the 4 demon emperors were not much better than their ancestors. The new commander, the great sage, and the deputy commander, the bull demon, were not very good in this aspect. However, the difference between this generation of demon emperors and the previous generation was that they knew how to use their brains. This was especially true for the Blood Tiger Emperor, Kuei Tianyuan. It could be said that he was the true hero of the 4 demon emperors' resurgence, because he innovated by using a human military advisor, Lam Tok Ti. Well done, earth-splitting, Kue Tinyuan's eyes sparkled as he laughed heartily and hugged Lam Tok Ti, calling him brother. Human, although your strength is not that great, your brain works fast enough. Xiong Bao said in a muffled voice and patted his furry chest. Come on, old Xiong, toast you with a cup of wine. As he spoke, he picked up the wine barrel on the table and directly drank it, looking for a chance to drink again. Fox Princess played with her fingers and sneered. What did you say, coquettish fox? Xiong Bao's eyes widened as he growled. Don't falsely accuse me, old Xiong. I'm just honoring my human friends. Humph. Fox Princess snorted, her face full of disdain. Ignore them. You'll get used to it. Neo Yunlei said indifferently. Lam Tokti nodded. The war has just begun. Although the demon clan has the advantage now, we must not be arrogant. Kue Tinyuan's eyes burned as he pondered. During the Second Great Shaman-Demon War, the demon clan was much stronger than they are now. They had the advantage, but in the end, they still could not escape the fate of defeat. Lam Tok Ti said casually, it won't happen this time. Neo Yunlei's eyes sparkled. You're that confident? Lam Tok Ti did not hesitate as he looked at the two demons and said slowly, as long as you trust me, I will let the demon clan become the ruler of the Douling world in this great shaman-demon war. In less than 10 years, I will completely defeat the wizard clan and make them suffer a crushing defeat. They will never be able to rise again. Well said. Xiong Bao interrupted. Let's kill those idiots. It's time for the demon clan. Fox Princess smiled, her eyes charming. She raised her eyebrows at Lam Tok Ti teasingly. However, Lam Tok Ti's expression did not change. He did not respond and only said softly, however, the wizard clan should be making a move soon. Huh, how big can those stray dogs make a move? Xiong Bao laughed maniacally. Kue Tinyuan's eyes brightened. If I'm not wrong, the wizard clan should send troops to fight back. Firstly, they have been completely suppressed. Secondly, the ancient clan and the human clan have suffered such great losses. To the wizard clan, this is like cutting into their skin. How can they bear it? Not necessarily. Neo Yunlei frowned and shook his head. If they take the initiative to attack, no matter how they hide, they will be exposed. In my opinion, the wizard clan is hiding in the 8 major regions of the human clan or the ancient clan's ancient regions. The chances of them being ambushed are higher. I think the wizard clan will continue to hide. Fox Princess smiled charmingly and covered her mouth. After all, they have suffered great losses this time. The 3 demons looked at Lam Tok Ti as if they were questioning him. Unknowingly, they had already treated Lam Tok Ti, the human, as one of their own. They were becoming more and more intimate. Actually, no matter what they do, the result will be the same. Lam Tok Ti said softly. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. If they send troops, they will fall into our trap. If they don't send troops, we will still be able to handle it with ease. We will destroy the wizard clan's forces bit by bit. There is nothing they can do. The current wind is occupied by the demon clan. Well said. Kue Tinyuan's eyes brightened. What a wind. Fox Princess smiled charmingly. Do it well. Bai Yunlei looked at Lam Tok Ti and said, we will help you fulfill your wish very soon, when the situation calms down a little and we have the absolute advantage. At that time, the demon clan's army will march south and take over the southern region. We will help you kill your great enemy, Lin Feng. The demon clan was constantly planning. The wizard clan was also thinking of countermeasures. As for the human clan, they were in an abyss of suffering. Everyone was in danger. Only the southern region was at ease. It was peaceful. The teleportation formations everywhere were empty. Occasionally, there would be cultivators who took things too hard and left the southern region. However, as the situation gradually leaned toward the demon clan side, as Shun repeatedly proclaimed the independence of the southern region and analyzed the situation in detail, the southern region became more and more stable. The clouds parted and the moon could be seen. They had passed a difficult time. As for Lin Feng, he was currently in the wizard clan's territory and did not pay attention to what was happening outside. Since he handed the southern region to Shun, he naturally trusted him completely and would not suspect him. Although Lin Feng did not know much about politics, he knew what was most important to the southern region. He knew what he could do and what he could do well. Increase in strength. That was the only thing. Hiss. Hiss. Lin Feng's gaze was firm, and the flames were crazy. A full 7 days and 7 nights had passed. A quarter of the 1-month time limit had passed. The harvest was also not small. The devouring fire became brighter and brighter. It was like a dragon that had won a battle. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it crazily devoured every inch of the earth core fire. In terms of strength, the earth core fire and the heavenly fire space were about the same. As he slowly went deeper, the earth core fire became stronger and stronger. The devouring fire also became faster and faster. It kept increasing. Soon, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled and his heart trembled. As he devoured, the energy in his hands became stronger and stronger. The devouring fire was like a tiger that had been released from its cage. It was getting more and more out of control. Its aura gradually became stronger. Its strength increased to the extreme. As Lin Feng surged, his hands trembled. Suddenly, boom, there was a loud sound. It was like the sound of an explosion, but also like the sound of an explosion. The flames of the devouring fire seemed to explode in an instant and burn out. Not only did the color become darker, but it also condensed by a little. The energy was also purer and stronger. As the flames burned, the devouring speed and power doubled in an instant. Hiss! The surrounding earth core fire was instantly cleared. Its power was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and his star source energy burst out. Hiss! The flames burned, and the energy felt abnormally dense. It was the same cluster of flames, but it had a different power. Not only was the star source energy more condensed, but its power was also mixed and could not be compared to before. Even the color was much darker. 84th level. Even if they were all Saint Kings, there was a difference in energy. For example, peak Saint Kings, witch kings, demon stars, and even ordinary peak Saint Kings were all very different in strength. The devouring fire was the same. From the 80th level to the 89th level, they were all at the Saint King level. However, each level had a huge difference in power. Boom! Boom! Lin Feng casually threw out 2 punches. The flames sparkled, and he did as he pleased. Although the devouring fire had broken through, he could still control it freely. Right now, his original body's ability to control fire was top-notch. Not to mention the 84th level, even the 87th, 88th, and 89th level of the devouring fire. He was confident that he could control it. Good. Lin Feng clenched his fist and smiled. In 7 days, his attack power had more than doubled. This was undoubtedly good news. The improvement of his strength, little by little, started from the bottom. There was still a lot of time. Swish! His eyes lit up. Lin Feng looked at the bottom of the flames curiously. After absorbing and refining for 7 days and 7 nights, I still haven't reached the bottom. This earth core fire, how deep is it? What will the earth core fire be like at the bottom? His eyes sparkled. Lin Feng's hand suddenly glowed. The fire-setting pearl flashed again. Lin Feng shouted softly. The rebirth flame surged out with the star source energy and appeared around his body. With a light thought, it shot down like a sharp arrow and went straight down. Previously, he didn't go deeper because he had absorbed and refined enough here. But now, the devouring fire had been formed. He wanted to satisfy his curiosity. I wonder what kind of secret exists at the bottom? Lin Feng pondered. His eyes were shining. In the flames, it was as if he was diving into the bottom of the sea. His intuition told him that this trip, it wouldn't be in vain. Chapter 1388. He dived into the true Earth Core Flame Sea. Soon, the Saint King level flames reached the Saint King level, High King level flames. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Wah! The flame of rebirth shone brightly and firmly. His speed slowed down a lot in an instant. He could no longer move freely here. Even if it was an ownerless flame, the Saint King level high, King level flames still had the power of the Saint King level, middle King level. If he moved too fast, he would have to bear too much of the Earth core flame in a short period of time. The flame of rebirth and the flame setting pearl would not be able to bear it. He could only go deeper slowly. Bottomless. Lin Feng was secretly shocked. The flames here were much stronger than he had imagined. He had read many ancient books in the library and had some understanding of the Earth core flame. Basically, it was rare for the Earth core flame to reach the Saint King level, middle King level flames. It was even rarer for it to reach the Saint King level, high King level flames. According to the ancient books, the number of Earth core flames that reached the Saint King level, peak King level in the entire Douling world was less than one hand. And right now, this place is probably one of them. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. There might not be treasures here, but at least it was a rare cultivation ground. He was not so lucky to always find a suitable heaven fire space for cultivation. But if the Earth core flame here was strong enough, it would be an excellent cultivation ground for the devouring flame. Although it was only the 84th level now. If one day it could break through the 89th level and reach the 90th level, then how strong would his strength be? It was hard to estimate. The 90th level would surpass the Saint King level flames and reach the Starry Sky level. The devouring flame would be a top-level flame. Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly as he thought to himself. Maybe he was not as good as which Emperor Jiang and the Monster Clan commander in other aspects, but he was the best in this aspect. In the future, the devouring flame would become his trump card. With such thoughts in mind, Lin Feng sped down, but he did not notice that the flame-setting pearl was changing little by little as it absorbed the Saint King-level flames. Curious, Lin Feng slowly descended. He really wanted to know what level this Earth core flame could reach. However, at this moment, the fire-setting pearl was emitting light from within, bit by bit. In the center of the fire-calming pearl, there seemed to be a spot of light spreading out, densely covering the entire pearl. As it gradually expanded, the rate at which the flames were being absorbed was gradually decreasing. He was like a person who was about to eat his fill. The flame-setting pearl's ability to absorb flames had a limit. The seemingly endless absorption before was actually because the level of these flames was simply too low. Saint-grade flames were nothing more than overkill for the flame-setting pearl, which could absorb Saint King-grade flames, so there was no limit. But right now, the fire-calming pearl's refilling was rather fast, because what he was absorbing was a Saint King-grade high-order flame. The amount it absorbed was 10 times or even 100 times more than a Saint King-grade mid-order flame, but compared to a Saint-grade flame, the difference was more than 10,000 kilometers. Strange. Lin Feng frowned. His speed was slower by a beat. However, every time he traveled a certain distance, he felt that the resistance of the rebirth flames seemed to weaken by a few %. At first, he thought that the Earth core flame was becoming stronger, but as time passed, he realized that this was not the case. What's going on? Lin Feng stopped, his eyes shining. The rebirth flames burned around his body, quickly consuming and replenishing the Earth core flame, forming a stable cycle. However, the consumption was increasing bit by bit. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, his gaze instantly falling on his hand. Fire-calming pearl. It's different. Lin Feng was shocked. He did not sense the fire-calming pearl strongly, but where his gaze focused, the fire-calming pearl was completely different from before. It was emitting a clear aura from inside to outside. The spot of light in the middle could not be seen before, but now he could see a hint of redness. A heaven rank red grade, Khanate treasure. Lin Feng pondered. No. Instantly, Lin Feng rejected it. This hint of redness was not the color of grade, but more like the color of flames, like the existence of the core of the flames. Now, with it as the origin, it slowly spread out, supporting the entire space of the fire-calming pearl. Astral source energy seeped in and felt saturated. Thump, thump, thump. His heart was beating inexplicably fast. Lin Feng pressed his chest lightly and looked at the fire-calming pearl. His lips felt dry and cracked, and his heart was touched. It was completely different from before. What's going on? Could it be? Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and his breathing became more rapid. This feeling was so similar. It was as if he had merged with the shield of truth and merged with the winged dragon spear. It was the same feeling when he saw Jin Ji merging with a red grade Kane treasure and Xian Lian Huang merging with a yellow grade Kane treasure. However, stronger. Other than the shield of truth, I have never felt such a strong aura. Flame aura. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. His heart trembled. The absorption of the fire-calming pearl seemed to be coming to an end. Previously, it was like a huge wave, but now, it was only a whisper. At this moment, the lights seemed to dim. The entire fire-calming pearl was filled with a special feeling, as if a storm was coming. Thump, thump, thump. His heart beat faster and faster. Lin Feng's eyes were as bright as stars. His whole body was attracted, and the feeling of fusion seemed to have reached its peak. The surrounding aura disappeared, and in an instant, only the fire-calming pearl was left in front of him. It kept enlarging in front of him. Slowly, his heart seemed to be immersed in it, and even his consciousness entered it. Why? Lin Feng merged with it. Following a dazzling flash of light, Lin Feng's figure completely disappeared in the flames. What replaced it was a serene and pure blue, like a flame rising. Bang! The blue light shone brightly. The clouds parted to see the moon. This sentence was the best description for the current Lin Feng. He obtained the fire-calming pearl the earliest. He was lucky enough to obtain it in the array, within the array, in the Sparrow King prison. However, firstly, he was not strong enough, and secondly, he did not have the time to try to refine it. He only used the fire-calming pearl's basic ability time and time again. He did not expect that now. It would merge at this moment. Taking the initiative to merge required various opportunities and different conditions. Some could be obtained as long as one's heart was aligned, such as Jin Ji and Shi Jixin's heaven-ranked treasures. Others required sufficient strength, such as Thousand Love Emperor. There were also some that required not only opportunity, but also opportunity, such as the fire-calming pearl. With such a strong basic ability, how could the fire-calming pearl's grade be low? A blue-class heaven-grade innate treasure. Such a treasure was extremely rare in the entire Douling world. It was enough to make people fight over it. However, Lin Feng started to merge with it at this moment. His heart and soul merged, and his soul came into contact. The opportunity of the fire-calming pearl had finally arrived. Why? Lin Feng was deeply immersed. In the Douling world, the war was still erupting. Facing the demonic beast clan's incessant provocation, harassment, and even massacres, the sorcerer tribe remained indifferent, holding up in the sorcerer tribe's territory. Despite the sorcerer tribe's internal disagreements, and the warmongering sorcerer king Rushu had requested to fight several times, Shi Juin ignored them all. Defend to the death. It was better to seek no merit than to seek fault. Because of this, the sorcerer tribe's internal dissatisfaction rose, and there were many opinions about Shi Juin in secret. However, since Sorcerer Emperor Jiang had temporarily handed over the sorcerer tribe to Shi Juin, no matter how dissatisfied the sorcerer kings were, they could not disobey the sorcerer emperor's order, even if Shi Juin was only a temporary sorcerer emperor. The sorcerer tribe placed great importance on the difference in status. Second brother, if this continues, it will damage your reputation. Kuei Tu said solemnly. Choose the lesser of two. There is no other way. Shi Juin's gaze was frosty, and he gritted his teeth. That wretched old ghost. How dare he scheme against me like this? I had never seen another person like him. Kuei Tu sighed softly. He knows you too well. Shi Juin's body moved slightly, and he said in a sinister voice, looking at the demonic beast clan's war, even old ghosts suffered a loss. Dividing the army to sweep through the demonic beast clans is not only a provocation, it's luring the snake out of its hole. Sure, Joeen's gaze was cold as he said, "If I send out the army, I will fall right into the demonic beast clan's trap. At that time, the consequences will be even worse." Kuei too frowned. "Is there really nothing we can do? The scale of war is tilted too much." Sure, Joeen's expression was solemn, as if he suddenly thought of something. He looked at Kuei too and asked, "Oh right, has third brother contacted you?" Kuei too's gaze turned frosty, and he shook his head. "No." Sure, Joeen spread his bone-like arms, emitting a sharp black light as he pondered. "I've carefully studied the sorcerer tribe's defeat. The demonic beast clan scheme is too deep, and this kind of insidious method is most likely third brother's doing. But I tried to contact him several times, but there was no reply." A sharp light glimmered in Kuei too's eyes, and he hesitated. "Maybe he's in a dangerous situation, and it's not convenient for him to contact us." Sure, Joeen nodded. "I'm afraid that might not be the case." "Second brother, what do you mean?" Kuei too asked solemnly. "Looking at third brother, although he's just a human cultivator, his ambition is too great, and he's unwilling to stay in seclusion." Sure, Joeen went on. "He followed us because he didn't have the chance to, but now he's like a wild horse that's out of control. Who can control him? Winning the demonic beast clan's trust and making great contributions. Who knows? Third brother might already be able to summon the wind and summon the rain in the demonic beast clans. This time, the demonic beast clan's plan to lure the snake out of its hole is very likely third brother's doing, because he does have the ability to do so." Sure, Joeen's gaze turned frosty as he looked at Kuei Tuesday. The heavy atmosphere in the air seemed to turn into a cold current. For pairs of eyes met, and the two of them exchanged many words. "If that's the case, then we're in big trouble." Kuei too's brows were deeply furrowed. Sure, Joeen's face darkened, and he spoke solemnly. "I'm afraid we're also part of his scheme." "Humph." Kuei too clenched his fists, and the veins on his forehead bulged. "If it's really his second brother said, the next time I see him, I'll definitely kill him. I'm afraid we've already lost that chance." Sure, Joeen said solemnly. Chapter 1389. The Purple Moon Clan. It was located in a place where birds chirped and flowers bloomed. It was like spring all year round. This land had nurtured generations of Purple Moon Clan powerhouses. The men were as handsome as a painting, and the women were as beautiful as flowers. Whether it was their bodies or faces, they were very similar to humans, but their talents were different. The Purple Moon Clan's talents were outstanding, far from what humans could compare to. However, some Purple Moon Clan members awakened later, and some awakened earlier. Just like the star seal on a cultivator's forehead, many powerhouses with natal king constellations, such as Jinji and Shurjishin, would have their star seals when they were at the star field level or even the Star Lord level. Naturally, their star seals would appear with half the effort. However, some would only reveal their star seals when they reached the saint level. For those with ordinary aptitude, their star seals would only appear when they reached the saint level. It was the same for the Purple Moon Clan. Those with outstanding talents would have a crescent or full moon mark on their foreheads when they were young, or even when they were just born. Ziyao was one such example. Those with ordinary talents would gradually appear when they reached adulthood, such as Yuan. Those with slightly worse talents would only appear when they reached the Star Lord level or even Star Domain level. With such talents, there was little hope for them to reach the Saint level. There were pros and cons. Since they were so beautiful and talented, the Purple Moon Clan's reproductive ability was naturally very weak. Basically, a couple from the Purple Moon Clan would have 2 to 3 children, and no more than 4 at most. So, until now, the Purple Moon Clan's population was only in the tens of thousands. Among the 8,000 neutral clans, they were below average. "What's wrong, sister? Have you been distracted recently?" A calm voice with a faint smile. It was a woman in a purple dress. Her beautiful face was adorned with bright eyes like a blooming lotus. Her snow-white skin was delicate, and without any makeup, she was like the morning sun reflecting the snow. It was Ziyao, whom Lin Feng had been searching for. Although many years had passed, Ziyao's appearance had not changed at all. Instead, it added a mature charm to her. Yuyin, who was beside her, was inferior to Ziyao. Be it her posture or feeling, she was inferior. The Moon Emperor, who was high and mighty back, then was now being suppressed by Ziyao. Yuyin also had a beautiful crescent moon on her forehead. However, her crescent moon appeared much later than Ziyao's. Their strength was now on two different levels, the difference between heaven and earth. I'm fine. Yuyin Xiang pulled himself together, but his smile was somewhat unnatural. Ziyao's beautiful eyes shone. She stared at Yuyin as though she could see through her. Elder sister, don't worry about me. Yuyin bit her lip and hesitated for a long time. Is it worth it, sister? A faint smile appeared on Ziyao's picturesque face. She did not say anything as she gazed into the distance. Her eyes were very clear, but there was a trace of longing and concern in them. However, the expression on her face was firm and persistent, soft on the outside but hard on the inside. Back in the Tianwu continent, Ziyao was already like this. When she decided to do something for real, she would no longer care about anything else. She would prioritize others before herself. It was the same when she married Lin Feng, and it was the same when she left Lin Feng. But now, nor would it change. Ziyao. Yuyin's eyes flashed. Yes. Ziyao smiled and turned her head. From her expression, one could not tell what was on her mind. If I'm saying if. Yuyin bit her lip, revealing a trace of paleness. She said softly, if he comes to find you, what will you do? Will you change your mind? Or, she did not continue because Yuyin saw that Ziyao was a little absent-minded. Her beautiful face had a trace of sadness. But very quickly, Ziyao's expression returned to normal. She smiled and shook her head. He can't come here. Yuyin's eyes flickered, and she unconsciously clenched her fists. I'm saying if he really comes to find you from afar. The smile on Ziyao's face slowly disappeared. She was like a rippling lake. She looked at Yuyin and said softly, why do you ask, elder sister? Answer me. Yuyin was a little anxious. She sighed softly, and a smile appeared on Ziyao's face. However, it was a smile filled with helplessness. Is there any meaning in saying this now? Elder sister, do you think I have a choice? Looking up into the distance, Ziyao's back looked so dejected, as if she was thinking of someone and waiting for someone, but she could not wait any longer. Yes, do I have a choice? Yuyin's face also showed a look of disappointment as she muttered to herself. Elder sister, have you seen him? Ziyao suddenly asked, causing Yuyin's expression to change instantly. She smiled unnaturally. How was that possible? Yes, how is that possible? Ziyao smiled sweetly, but did not notice the slight tremor in Yuyin's voice. Her beautiful eyes flickered as if she was a little disappointed. Ziyao pursed her cherry lips and said to herself, time passes so quickly. There's less than a month left. Looking at Ziyao's back, Yuyin's face kept changing. Her hands were clenched so tightly that the veins on her hands were exposed and then relaxed again. Her chest kept rising and falling. But Ziyao, who had her back to her, could not see Yuyin's expression and reaction. Or perhaps her heart was not here at all, so how could she see? After a long time, Yuyin sighed and closed her eyes. The fluttering of her long eyelashes gradually stopped. There were many things that she had no choice about. Lotus Garden, underground sea of fire. The shocking extreme flames seemed to be able to burn everything, but at this moment, there was a cluster of blue flames flickering within. The dual pole blue flame pearl. Lin Feng, floating in the sea of fire, his eyes bright. The surrounding light had already dissipated, including the fire-calming pearl. It had been completely absorbed and turned into a part of his body. This fire-calming pearl was called the dual pole blue flame pearl. It was very powerful, Not only could it absorb any fire, it could also transform it into a blue flame. A flame that was as strong as the heavenly fire. A blue-level heavenly treasure is really heaven to find. Let's not talk about other things, just its suppression of fire-type warriors, especially fire-type heavenly gods, is really terrifying. In the hands of other warriors, I might not even be able to use 30% of my original strength. But in my hands now, if other fire-type warriors do not have close combat ability or the strength of a heavenly soul master, I can capture them with just the dual-pole blue flame pearl. Lin Feng was slightly shocked. His eyes were clear, and the flame in his hand suddenly roared. Bang! Bang! One red and one blue, complementing each other. When they appeared at the same time, the devouring flame was stronger than the blue flame. But, rise! Lin Feng's eyes brightened, and his eyebrows rose. The fluctuations of the star source energy became more intense, and the control of the flame exploded in an instant. Bang! Bang! The two clusters of flames bloomed like fireworks. In an instant, they expanded, crazily surging and gathering power. The blue light of the dual-pole blue flame pearl was many times stronger than the devouring flame. The movement of the star source energy and it merged, simple and clear. In the blink of an eye, the power of the blue flame had already surpassed the devouring flame. In an instant, the devouring flame was left behind. Ha! Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and the two clusters of flames were immediately extinguished. The corner of his mouth raised into a smile. He was quite satisfied with the power of the blue flame, and the experiment was very successful. Although in the beginning, the blue flame could not compare to the devouring flame. As long as there was enough time, the blue flame could quickly jump up and surpass the devouring flame. Most importantly, it did not consume star source energy. Instead, it used the heaven-ranked treasure dual-pole blue flame pearl as its sole core. The devouring flame was used by his own body, but the blue flame was released from the dual-pole blue flame pearl, so the speed at which it was used was naturally very different. Of course, it did not mean that the blue flame was stronger than the devouring flame. There was a difference in the quality of the two flames. Moreover, the blue flame relied on the dual-pole blue flame pearl, so it was not its true power. In addition, the devouring flame was only a basic ability, and it had endless changes. For example, when it merged with the rebirth flame, its power was far stronger than the current one. But no matter what, one more type of flame, one more type of change, one more bit of power was not bad. The most important thing was the blue flame was only a basic ability. How could a blue heaven-ranked treasure be ordinary? Any one of the three truly powerful abilities could raise one's strength to a whole new level. Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes, as if his heart was enlightened. The three abilities of the dual-pole blue flame pearl appeared in his mind, one by one. There was only a little more than half a month left. To him, this last period of time was very important. Instead of pursuing the illusory mysteries, it was better to make some improvements that he was confident in. For example, the improvement of the devouring flame, and now, cultivate one of the abilities of the dual-pole blue flame pearl. Lin Feng thought to himself, if he could comprehend and practice it, the great battle in half a month would undoubtedly increase his confidence. After all, this was a blue-level heaven-ranked treasure. After pondering for a long time, he opened his eyes, and they were shining brightly. Lin Feng let out a long sigh, as he had already made his final decision. Let's go with the first ability then, Lin Feng said lightly. Perhaps the first ability was the weakest and could not be compared to the second and third abilities, but its practicality was not small. Especially to him, it was not necessarily inferior to the second and third abilities. Moreover, he had already mastered the devouring flame and the rebirth flame, so he was more confident in his control of the flame. Instead of spending half a month and only learning 70% to 80% of the essence of the second and third abilities, it was better to learn 100% or even 120% of the first ability. It was more beneficial to him. I wonder how deep it is. Lin Feng looked at the Earth's core flame, sea, with a deep gaze, which was still unfathomable. He pursed his lips, but the curiosity in his heart still remained. However, his current state of mind was greatly different from before. Clenching his fist, Lin Feng's gaze fell on the dual-pole blue flame pearl. At this moment, his heart was attracted by its unique power, and it overshadowed his curiosity towards the Earth's core flame sea. There's not much time left. Let's do this. Now, I should focus on cultivating the dual-pole blue flame pearl and master the first ability. Lin Feng thought to himself. Instantly, his figure turned into a shooting star, shooting straight up. Chapter 1390. Yin Imperial City. Last 3 days. Last 3 days. 3 days later, the deathmatch arena will begin. The human, Lin Feng, will be fighting to the death with Tovine Mamoru. The payout for Tovine Mamoru is still 1,103. It'll be gone if you're late. I wonder which idiots are betting on Lin Feng. They'll lose so badly that they won't even have their pants left. They're just taking a gamble and buying insurance. After all, Lin Feng's payout is very high. They don't really think that Lin Feng will win. I don't mind telling you. Lin Feng and Tovine Mamoru met more than a month ago. Are you for real? You fought. Yeah, so many powerful people saw it with their own eyes. If Bei Longzhou didn't come in time, Lin Feng would have been chopped into pieces. No wonder. Everyone was in an uproar as they discussed spiritedly. Originally, the battle between Lin Feng and Higashioting Mamoru would not attract much attention due to the great disparity in their strength. Now, with Osamu Higuchi purposely spreading the news in an attempt to lower the morale of the North City, coupled with the huge amount of money from the gambling office, this battle was shrouded in a mysterious aura. Everyone was curious as to how powerful this human Lin Feng was to dare to challenge Osamu Higuchi. Although Tovine Mamoru was not the strongest among the 16 city guards, he was at least above average. Lin Feng? No one had heard of him. In the Sorcerer Realm, humans were not worth mentioning. Imperial Garden. Jin Ji strode over, beaming with joy. Look at how cocky you are. I wonder what bad things you've done. Shi Jixin pinched her nose, her beautiful eyes flashing unnaturally. Maybe you want to have fun. Sister Jixin, you've misunderstood. Thousand Love Emperor smiled. I asked Jin Ji to do something for me. Shi Jixin was surprised. Why didn't you come to me? Jin Ji smiled and waved his hand. That place is full of people. It's not suitable for you. After saying that, Jin Ji ignored Shi Jixin and looked at Thousand Love Emperor. Those treasures were exchanged for a total of 150 shaman coins. I've already put them all in. Pressure. Shi Jixin was startled. Sorry to trouble you. Thousand Love Empress nodded at Jin Ji before looking at Shi Jixin and explaining. It's like this, little sister. I asked Jin Ji to help me bet on Lin Feng's battle in 3 days. 150 Wu coins. Shi Jixin covered her small mouth in shock. Sister, did you bet on winning or losing? Nonsense. Jin Ji was speechless. Of course it's winning. Thousand Love Empress smiled and looked at Jin Ji. What are the odds now? Jin Ji's eyes sparkled as he chuckled. There's still about 175 left. And you dropped so much. Thousand Love Emperor was slightly surprised. Looking at Jin Ji's expression, she smiled faintly and said, You also bet? Of course. Jin Ji patted his chest and said with his head held high, Since my brother's going to fight, I have to support him no matter what. If I can't help, I'll pay. I'll get it anyway. How much? Thousand Love Empress asked. 1,000. Jin Ji did not hesitate. Whoosh. The two girls' beautiful eyes lit up as they were shocked. Especially Shi Jixin. Her watery eyes were wide open. One must know that 10 million star crystals could only be exchanged for 1 Wu coin. The value of 1,000 Wu coins was hard to estimate. You're really willing to spend a lot. Thousand Love Empress smiled. Anyway, it's all effortless. Jin Ji shrugged. This 1,000 Wu coins was the reward that North Dragon Guard gave him that day. He did not feel any heartache spending it. Pausing for a moment, Jean Ji smiled. Moreover, even if the odds were as low as 1-0-1, I would still bet on Brother Lin, not to mention the frightening odds. No matter what others think, I have full confidence in him. Jean Ji's voice was sonorous, his eyes filled with determination. He and Lin Feng had gone through countless trials and tribulations together, so they understood each other a lot. He was clear about Lin Feng's strength. At this moment, "You trust me that much?" Deep in the hall, a confident voice suddenly sounded, causing Jean Ji and the other two's eyes to light up. The aura of a Saint King carried a pleasant tone, obviously in an extremely good mood. Behind the door of the hall, a black figure slowly walked out, blooming with a smile. It was Lin Feng. "Aren't you afraid of using a bamboo basket to draw water, Brother Jean?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "What's there to be afraid of?" Jean Ji's expression was indifferent. "Losing a head will leave a scar the size of a bowl. Don't even talk about this money. I can't bring it with me when I'm born, and I can't bring it with me when I die. If I lose, I lose." Looking at Lin Feng, Jean Ji's eyes lit up. "Moreover, your glabella is red, and you're in high spirits. You don't look like you'll lose." Lin Feng smiled. "Since when did you know how to read faces?" "I know a lot," Jean Ji said proudly. Everyone laughed and chatted happily. The four of them gathered again, and it was quite lively. Talking about their gains during this period, all of them were happy, but they had never cultivated so comfortably in the human territory. Needless to say, Jean Ji's strength had reached the peak of Saint King, and his physique had been strengthened to the limit. His strength was almost comparable to Thousand Love Emperor, and he had already left Shi Jixin in the dust. Thousand Love Emperor also passed through a month without any problems, and her control over the compatible yellow grade heaven rank treasure became even more proficient. Even Shi Jixin, who had the smallest improvement, had already reached the peak of Saint King. To a certain extent, Shi Jixin was closer to Saint King than Jean Ji, and her comprehension of the mystery was much deeper. The four of them were improving step by step. "How's your clone, Lin Feng?" Thousand Love Emperor suddenly asked. After Dr. Ning's diagnosis and treatment, there are no major problems, but his strength has not fully recovered. Lin Feng's voice was slightly helpless, but the clone's injuries could not be said to be light. Like Thousand Love Emperor, it was basically recuperating slowly. Otherwise, it would not take too much effort for a peak state clone to cross the threshold of Saint King. A month's time was more than enough. The mystery, Sparrow Kill, was almost within reach now, and with the clone's physique and strength, as long as he officially entered Saint King, just his abnormal physique, which was comparable to which Emperor Jiang and the Demon Commander would be able to win against the original body. The level of strength was ever-changing, but great skills could appear clumsy. If the body was strong enough, it could make up for many other aspects. But now, are you confident? Jean Ji's eyes were bright. It would be a lie to say that he was not looking forward to it. Although he was not worried about losing completely, Jean Ji was thinking about whether he could really win. One had to know that the odds were as high as 1/75. If Lin Feng could win, he would earn 75,000 shaman coins. This huge sum of money was undoubtedly a windfall, and by then, it would not be a problem for him to do whatever he wanted in Yen Imperial City. Money makes the world go round. Jean Ji was very clear about the North City's rules. If he had enough shaman coins, he could enjoy the best cultivation resources and continuously improve his strength. Cultivation would be twice the result with half the effort. However, Lin Feng shook his head. Everyone was shocked, and their eyes were filled with worry. "I'm not completely confident." Lin Feng smiled indifferently. An array of light flashed across his eyes. Suddenly, he changed his tone. "But I think I have a 70% to 80% chance." Although his voice was soft, it was undoubtedly like thunder in everyone's ears. Everyone was overjoyed and overjoyed. After all, this was a death match. Entering a deathmatch arena, Only one person could survive. The four of them had already established a deep friendship. Not for anything else, but as long as Lin Feng could survive, it was more important to them than anything else. When Lin Feng saw this, he smiled faintly. He could clearly feel the concern and sincerity of these three people. Oh no! Jin Ji reacted and clapped his hands. Everyone looked over, and Jin Ji chuckled. If I knew, I would have bought more just now. The two girls sneered, and Lin Feng smiled indifferently. It was a harmonious scene. Lin Feng had come out of seclusion. To Qian Lian Huang and the other two, it was undoubtedly a reassurance. If he wasn't completely confident, why would Lin Feng come out of seclusion 3 days in advance? The meaning was obvious. Therefore, the three of them were very relieved. The nervousness and worry before the battle had long been swept away. As Lin Feng's closest friends, they were quite confident in Lin Feng's strength. However, they only guessed half of it. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you can win 100 battles. Lin Feng didn't dare to be sure of Tofujimori's strength, so how could he guarantee it? He said this because he didn't want the three of them to worry. 1,000-fold time inscription array. Wah! Lin Feng entered, his eyes shining brightly. There are still 3 days. It should be enough. An emerald light flashed in his hand, and the winged dragon spear appeared instantly. A dragon's roar sounded. The golden dragon's eyes exuded a powerful energy, and Lin Feng's right hand couldn't help but tighten. The spear was very important, especially the spear sense. To a martial artist, the weapon was the real hand, the source of attack. He was very familiar with the amethyst spear and didn't need to adapt. However, the winged dragon spear had just been combined, and everything was completely different. In these 3 days, he didn't want to practice any complicated spear moves or spear arts, nor did he want to learn any other mysteries with infinite power. He only wanted to adapt to the winged dragon spear. Chi! The winged dragon spear stabbed out, parallel to the ground, and completely connected with his right arm, as if it was an extension. Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes and stood still like an old pine tree. His body and the spear were connected at this moment, and he instantly entered his own world. The more he adapted to the spear, the more powerful it was. The same was true for the realm of the spear. East Vine Prefecture. Huh! Loud laughter came out. The loud voice was unscrupulous and arrogant. It was Man Tung, who was like a savage. His thick limbs made people tremble. At this moment, his sitting body slowly stood up, and his eyes were deep and bright. Grinding his teeth, an emerald light flashed in his hand and disappeared in an instant. Man Tung's eyes were sharp, finally refined. Long Peak, you didn't expect this, did you? Not only did you die a useless death, even your green dragon ruler betrayed you and merged with me. When the time comes, I will use it to deal with Lin Feng. Tis TSK. How interesting will it be? He laughed loudly and was incomparably arrogant. Man Tung stood up, his head held high and his chest out. The armor on his body sparkled, and his aura was majestic and insufferably arrogant. Human Lin Feng, let me, Old Man Tung, send you to the Yellow Spring to reunite with Long Peak. Ha ha ha. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.